Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Dungeon Mechanics. We are all here for the second episodes of Shards of Godsland, and before we kick things off, we are going to do some announcements.
Oh, that's my cue.
I should be like, kick it off, Liv. I'll do that in the
And
future.
the first sponsor of the night is the Barkley Garage. This veteran-owned woodworking company creates homemade wood items sourced here in New Mexico. Now available is a new line of Dungeon Mechanics exclusive dice towers available for order. Use the promo code MEC25 to get 25% off these fine dice towers today. And tell them we here at Dungeon Mechanics sent you.
Nice.
Second sponsor for the evening, Plus One Crafting. If you are needing affordable terrain builds for all your TTRPG needs, Plus One has you covered. From a wide assortment of tile-based sets, you'll be all the rage at your next D&D session. Be sure to head over to the link in the chat, put in your order today, use the code MECHANICS to get 25% off any order over $50. And finally, remember, adventure shouldn't cost a fortune.
Nice.
But you
Nailed
know
it.
what should cost a fortune? The money that you receive from ads and whatnot. And wouldn't you like to never have to worry about your videos being demonetized again? Well, with our next sponsor over at Epidemic Sound, the sound gods have you covered. With over 35,000 tracks and 90,000 sound effects, there's definitely a sound for every mood or occasion. Epidemic Sounds links to all of your social media accounts such as Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and more. Simply click the link below and sign up today to get started on your subscription.
Underground Oracle is our next sponsor. Wouldn't you like to have unique content created by the best-selling writers and game designers? Well, Underground Oracle has you covered. With their supplements, you will gain access to 5th edition resources from both sides of the screen. Their content comes in a wide array variety at affordable prices as little as $3 via Patreon and Ko-Fi. And in the event you're too rich for your blood, don't worry, they'll take care of you in the free content that is offered each and every month. You can check them by clicking the link below or heading over to undergroundoracle.com or drivethroughrpg.com today.
Last but not least, don't forget you can catch this episode and any of the other past seasons on the Dungeon Mechanics YouTube page. Simply head over to the link in chat, follow along for any of our shenanigans. Episodes like this one will be aired on YouTube channel so that you can watch at your viewing pleasure in case you missed the live broadcast.
Nice. Also, anyone that has enough mech points is able to use what we have here called Luck and Inspiration. Luck allows a player to get a free reroll, whether it's contested against me, like if I roll a nat 20 against them and they don't like it. They can use their luck against me and I have to reroll. Hopefully I get another nat 20. But yeah, you can gift it to the players or the DM if you're feeling a little bit feisty. And Inspo allows an extra d6 roll to pretty much everything except for damage. Please note that these perks expire at the end of each session. So, more reason for y'all to come back and give out some buff boons to all these lovely faces here because they might need it in this campaign if y'all were here the last time. May notice that things are going to be a little bit harder to get than all the other normal campaigns where it's just freely given. But that being said, we are going to kick things off here shortly. I'm trying to think. In the last episode, let me see if I can get some mood music from Epidemic Sound. In the last episode, a lot of things happened. Many of our heroes, 4 out of the 5 present, woke up in the Reinhold Manor in the basement where they were held after the Crimson Burst, which was a radical Red Wizards of Thay attack within the city of Sigil. these members, these 5, were some of the surviving results. I won't say surviving, like y'all all died. You were just the lucky few that were able to be brought back to life. So, yay, bonuses. But they immediately found out when they woke up that they suffered a big heavy hit, all of them facing a level of exhaustion. And then the caretaker there present, Mortimer, was able to kind of inform them that they all died at the Crimson Burst, and then they've recovered here for like the past week or so. And in that process, it's to take the day off, I guess, and kind of like reconvene, because there is a lot kind of present for them to do in the future as far as getting the monsters of the multiverse that have been released out there back where they belong, or in some fashion, as well as they are all kind of connected to some higher thing, present source, something, I don't know. But yeah, take the day off, and if they would like to come back of their own volition to return here in the morning, they all left and pretty much went about their day. Axiom went to go see Moixa to try and get caught up on where she had been last, since also giving her some of the items that she came across when she went to Sigil. And then Dr. Nobody helped some of the... Oh, wait, before all that, they had breakfast at the tavern. And then they all split. A lot happened. I forgot. But yeah, there was helping out with the other injured from that whole event at the city. There was returning to guilds and meeting of old members, and also kind of being exiled from it. And then there was a kind of a library excursion to find out some information about some of the higher purposes here. But overall, they reconvened back at Moixa's shop and got in contact with Axiom. And as they were, chitter-chatting and getting caught up, they all sort of experienced a relative shared vision between the present 4, which knocked them all flat on their ass, sort of, afterwards. And that's where we're picking up. But we're not picking up there. I don't do that kind of stuff. I just like to throw the free cliffhangers out there and then make people wait in their juices. I don't know words. But
Red chase the words.
Before I said I was going to do this, and then I didn't. I'm going to play music for the audience, because why not? As long as this music's not intense, we'll open up with our other member here shortly. Let's see. Are you a combat song?
He just starts playing like speed metal.
I mean, it seems chill for
that's
right
for
now.
my intro song.
We'll keep it monitored. Callan, you are in one of the recovery beds in the basement of the Reinhold Manor. You've been unconscious for a little bit longer than all the rest of the party members, and Mortimer kind of attested to probably a slightly different genealogy than the rest, and not knowing exactly how to help recover the Dalkin race's members of that kind of thing. So as you're laying there, your eyes kind of like slowly open, and you feel very groggy, possibly sedatives or something having kicked in. But other than that, your body feels like it's suffered something worse than anything you've probably come across during your times of living. All of your muscles feel very, very sore. It's almost like you did leg day, except all your muscles are leg day, and everything hurts to even think about moving. But yes, in this bed you lie, and from what you can tell, there is someone else in the room. There's like a shadow off in the corner. What would you like to do?
Well, probably as Callan's eyes flutter open, the first thing that he says before that fatigue and exhaustion hits him is he whispers out the word Krishna. As he looks around and he feels that exhaustion and lays back for a second, slowly kind of pulling himself up the best he's able to and looking around the room. But seeing the figure, he'll look over to them and be like, "Is it time already?"
As you look at the figure, you see this young man, probably late 20s, early 30s, dark-skinned, and he turns to look at you. His expression seems a bit surprised, probably not expecting you to get up, as he addresses your concerns. What do you mean exactly?
You're not how I would picture you to be. Though there are many different accounts of who you would appear as.
Who do you believe I am?
Are you not the Unmaker?
Oh, no, actually. I am the unmaker in this particular case. You're not of the perished any longer. My name is Mortimer.
This is a relief.
I
Pleasure, Mortimer.
Your name?
My name is Callan. Or am I still in Sigil?
Not presently, no. There was others here earlier today. They have exited the rooms currently and are in the Trades Gate. Have you ever been to the Trades Gate? Do you remember?
The name does not sound familiar to me.
Well, it is one of the surrounding gate cities here in the Godslands. If you haven't been, it's no consequence. Are you able to get up? Do you feel lethargic?
I do feel quite fatigued, but I think I might be able to stand of my own volition. As he kind of shuffles a little bit to the side of the bed and tries to push himself up onto his feet a little wobbly.
Okay, make me a Constitution check, just a regular.
First roll, nat 20, 22.
Nice.
Thanks, D&D Beyond.
This stream is not sponsored by D&D Beyond.
But it could be.
But it could be. Callan, where the others have kind of faltered in this regard, not to any checks of their own, you do not seem to be suffering from the level of exhaustion presently as they have. Someone's gotta have regular rolls where y'all are from. I mean, do we want to replay where we were just at previously?
Thanks, you're a bitch. Carry on.
Well, he got to sleep more, so.
Yeah, he slept a little bit longer. If y'all would have slept just for a couple more hours, y'all would have been fine.
We slept for a week.
Yeah, it's a week and 6 hours. So
Yeah, it's that extra.
The problem is that we overslept, and so we woke up tired.
Mm-hmm.
Been there, done that.
It's the cycle. But yes, as you're getting up, yeah, you still feel very bad, but not to the point of exhaustion level bad.
I think I can move around fine. It's not my first brush with death.
And he goes over and like picks up a scroll and kind of like looks through it. The others are due to arrive here in the morning. I guess you can also peruse the city, the Trades Gate, if you would like. This here is the Reinhold Manor. Our lord here of the manor should be back tomorrow as well. He does have an interest in meeting all of you. But
Did
yes.
my effects survive?
Yes, your belongings should be in one of those containers there near your bedside.
You say we're in the Godsland. How did we come to be here?
I was able to bring you all here, barely, of course. There are 4 others, and yes, well, to be frank, you all did perish about a week ago. However, through careful study in my particular field, I was able to tether you all back to your bodies. But there are slight repercussions. You might feel different in some ways, and connected a bit in others.
Connected to your patron? To you?
Not quite, no. Connected to something far more nefarious. There's quite a few monsters that were released that day that are kind of swarming throughout the multiverse. And from what I could tell from studying all of you, you're all connected to that event in some way.
And this was due to how you brought us back?
I believe it was how you all left this place to begin.
Well, I do not have much about me to go out into the city. If it does not bother you and the others are returning here, I don't see much reason to leave.
Very well. Well, the manor house is of your own use as well. If you need to rest in a non-medical bed, there are rooms upstairs as well as wash areas. And food will be served here soon, I believe.
Are there any large bodies of water here?
Large bodies, no. Is that a requirement that you seek?
No, it is simply a comfort.
I see. We could...
If not that, then perhaps a library?
Yes, there is a library in the study upstairs. Not quite as big as the library here in the Trades Gate, but library nonetheless.
It will pass the time. I am very happy that you brought me back.
Yes, I am glad that you are back as well, and also apparently doing pretty good, all things considered.
As I said, it is not the first brush with death I have had. My exuberance is overbounding.
And he's like slightly confused at it because of the very monotone sort of expressions that he's getting back, but he does nod a bit and kind of shifts his attention back to the information he was working on before you woke up.
Yeah, so at that point, Callan will finish collecting his things, and then I guess sort of explore the manor as he's trying to find the study.
Okay. You go upstairs, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. As you go upstairs, you come out into the main sort of foyer area. There is a bounding staircase that goes upward into the manor, as well as very huge, lavish doors that kind of serve as the entryway to the house. There are different servants and other things, some posted, others kind of scurrying about doing their daily regimen. But yeah, other than that, manor's pretty.
There'll be a lot of
quiet.
Callan opening doors and looking into rooms until he finds the study. He won't
Okay.
ask for directions. He will explore the place while trying to find it, trying to get a gauge of where he's at a little bit more.
Okay. As you explore the manor house, it's kind of how you would expect. Probably not the layout of it, but nothing is surprising. There's like large living rooms, large seating areas, other dining halls big enough to hold multiple guests, and then a outside kind of like patio area. But yeah, as you work through, eventually it leads you to kind of stray upstairs, which is where the study and all the other bedrooms and everything are. But you, I would say in the next 20 minutes or so, come across the study. Pretty much just a large room. There's maybe 5 bookshelves that have books lined on it front to back, and then the walls themselves are coated in books. And then there's like a large sort of picturesque window that leads out to a balcony that also overlooks the patio area that you saw outside when you were downstairs.
Okay. Kind of probably just kind of peruse the shelves, see if there's any interesting volumes. But ultimately, he'll probably just grab something at random and then go sit on the balcony.
Okay. Around the time that you go outside to sit on the balcony, you sense something first. Can you roll me an Arcana check?
Dice, because I get an extra D4 for my dispassion. 7, so 7, 16, so 23.
23. Nice. It's almost like a flash before an instinctual kind of like sense in a way, as if you had hair on the back of your neck, it would like stand up sort of thing. But in that flash, there's a moment before you feel a connection to something else outside of your own kind of ordinance, and you see images of 4 people, Axiom, Dr. Nobody, all the rest, and they're all kind of like laid about in a room, just kind of like sprawled out here and there.
So I'm sort of having this out of body experience where
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm
like,
seeing a vision of something else and I'm there in that vision.
yeah.
Do I feel a connection to these people that I've yet met? I haven't met them yet, so
Yes, it's kind of strange. obviously, like when you see their faces, it registers that you've never seen them before. You might have saw them the day of the sigil, but like not to the point of recognition. And then in that same sense, you also like feel connected to each of them in a way that's like familiar.
There's going to be a very analytical mode that he goes into, seeing all these people down, as he kind of reaches down towards his spell component pouch and just kind of runs his eyes over every inch of the room before taking a step in the direction, trying to understand what's happening.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Perception. 9.
Nice. Aside from the obvious, they're apparently knocked out in a way, or in a position to where they're not in control of their own body movements. You're able to gaze that each of their eyes are like covered in like a black gaze, and as you look closer, it almost looked like a starry void.
Okay.
And the stars are kind of like pulsing and slightly moving and contracting in the space of their like irises, from the ones that you can see at least.
I'll step forward towards whoever's closest to my position.
Okay. Roll me a d4.
3.
Okay, you walk up and oddly enough, the person whose face is covered, you see kind of like this plague doctor mask, same non-moving sort of situation you got there, but he's just like lying there.
I kneel down to him, and with one hand I pick up his arm, and I'm just like checking for a pulse, while with my other hand I'm removing his mask so I can see if his face is having those eye impressions like everybody else.
Okay. As you go to grab his mask, there's like a flood of darkness that kind of like starts to seep from underneath it. And in that moment, arm holding onto his and hand going for the mask, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Get advantage on those because of my dispassion. 15.
Okay. Is dispassion things that you're not passionate about?
So, my race is naturally dispassionate about most things, apparently. Or at least about saving throws.
Okay, I'm going to send something to you, Guy, and then you'll have the stat block for it, and you'll know what it looks like. And then I'll describe how it looks for you, Callum. Which one is it?
It's the one that has super mega death as an ability.
Oh, there we go. And then that one. So, since the moment that all of y'all's brains have split, this is kind of what you're experiencing, your own kind of like mini horrors. But anyways, Dr. Nobody, in the process of this time that's passed, you are seeing this very large fiend-like creature kind of hovering over your body. It's talony sort of quadruped body sort of thing, is large, has very grotesque face, very animalistic, but also a bit anthropomorphic in the way its kind of facial structure is. Very large fangs, a body that is covered in mostly hair. But yeah, it is kind of pacing towards you in a very fast, methodic manner. And you're finding yourself kind of surrounded in this void with this creature bounding towards you. And then this image of a Vidalcan kind of appears next to you. And then that's what you see as well, Callan.
Is it like rushing towards me?
Yes, it's more rushing towards Dr. Nobody, but yeah, in both of y'all's direction.
Yeah, so I guess my initial reaction would be there's black smoke coming out from this mask. There's now a demon coming towards me. Callan would probably drop the man's arm and let go of the mask as he takes a hurried step back and away from the body.
Okay, as you try to do that, you find your consciousness sort of attached to this particular individual, and you're sharing the same space. Well, not same space, you're standing next to him, but you're sharing the same moment of this particular creature.
All right. So I feel like I can't get away.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Mhm.
Okay.
We're soulmates now.
Yeah, right. Do I recognize this as a vision and less of me being sort of transported somewhere else physically?
Make a intelligence check, just a regular.
21.
With the 21, it feels like a combination of many things. Like, for you yourself, you feel like you're still in the library, but some portion of you is attached in this visionary state, whether it's astral, ethereal, you're not quite sure. But yeah, it feels like you haven't left the manor, but also are present within this person's memory.
Okay.
Or vision, however you want.
Then I would reposition to put myself between Dr. Nobody and the approaching demon as I just hold my hand up towards it very strongly I say, do not approach.
Okay. And Dr. Nobody, aside from recently succumbing to this new state of almost like a secondary vision, having just shared the memories of your other party members, this other person appears, and you can recognize him from being in the bed when you left the manor. But aside from that, you don't know like who he is. And then he moves to position himself between you and this creature that is still approaching, but it's weird. Like, there's a connection sense in there where obviously you're getting a lot more of this creature than Callan is at the present moment. Your state with it, you're able to kind of perceive its weaknesses, perceive its capabilities. Is there anything you want to do in this moment?
I would like to ready my staff, and as the creature approaches, I would probably try to wedge one end of the staff against the ground and then point the other end at the creature so that when it crashes into us, I can lift it with the stick and throw it above us.
Okay. as
So
it's
Callan would see like a staff just appear on the side of him.
as y'all are bracing and preparing for the inevitable impact, it gets within 10 feet of the two of you and kind of like lunges out to do some type of charging attack. And in that moment, you both sink back, and Dr. Nobody, you're on the ground, and you see kind of like this somewhat translucent, somewhat present image of Callan, but he also has your arm, and his other hand is like placed at the base of your mask in the efforts of removing it, but that might change dependent on his immediate reaction when he comes back into that secondary space.
I mean, if I can, I would probably grab the hand that has my mask.
Okay. As you go to grab it, it kind of, you're almost like goes through it, but you can like steady your mask to prevent it to come
do
off.
that.
Yeah. So as his hand comes up and kind of wafts through my arm, trying to grip his mask, my hand comes off of him. Are you here with me?
Can I hear him?
Yes.
How here can any of us?
Okay.
Do you know this place?
Do I know this place? Like, am I still?
You're
like,
still
the
in
vision void?
Axiom's, Moixa's shop, like the room that y'all went into when y'all were collecting each other and talking before the visions and things. But yeah, you know, you can see that like you're still in that room.
Oh, okay. Nope. It's a new space for me, but one I've seen before.
Do you know them? As I sweep my hand towards the other people that are laying on the ground with the star eyes going.
Is that everybody around me? Yeah, I know that.
Are they safe?
For now.
Did you bring me here?
No. Did you bring me here?
No.
Are you safe?
I was reading a book before this.
What was it about?
I hadn't gotten that far.
Sounds like a good book.
Do you know what has enspelled your friends?
Repeat that?
Do you know what has ensorcelled your friends?
You, as far as I know.
I have weaved no magic upon them.
Great.
I stand up
Okay.
and I take a step away from them.
Okay. Also, luck to the Lady Liv.
Do you know how I can leave here?
No.
Make another perception check, Callan, because you would see this.
Ooh, better. 14.
Nice. The moment you came back into your space and you kind of like look around to see if there's any differences between what just happened, the connecting point between you and Dr. Nobody has severed. You could still talk to him and communicate with him, but there are still those connecting tethers to the other three.
Well, it seems only logical as I start moving forward, and I'll reach out to the next one. Let's say it's Axiom.
Okay. Same thing. New thing, similar thing. Eyes are black, voids, starry scape sort of thing happening, but no responsiveness from her
I reach down to her hand, just like I did with Dr. Nobody to check for a pulse.
And you would notice that they're not quite hands. You can describe how her arms look.
So, from outward appearance, she's wearing gloves, and her wrists have these like mechanical contraptions on them. The one on the right has like a crossbow built into the top of it with folded in bows that are intended to flip out when she activates it. And they just have a lot of mechanical stuff coming up here. You see like this like pouch that's up here that almost seems to like feed into the mechanism down here. And then on this side, it's more of just like a mechanical thing, but it looks like this one's more arcane in nature. But if you reach down and like touch her hand, the hand that what you feel isn't like a typical like humanoid hand feel underneath the glove.
Gotcha. If I can't go to the thumb, if I can't go to the wrist, I go to the neck next, trying to find a place where I can take a pulse.
Okay. Similarly, as you make contact, make a wisdom save. And then I will send information to you, Liv.
Nat 2025. I'm
Nice.
on fire tonight.
You appear kind of smoothly into Axiom's mind space. At that moment, his etherealness kind of vanishes from your perception, Dr. Nobody. And in that same moment, he appears next to you, Axiom, and you have been in your mind kind of surrounded by not so much that negative void, but kind of like a misty landscape, mountainous region sort of, but it's collective in sort of like shrouds of darkness. And peering through it, you see this elderly man present before you, no hair, eyes kind of glowing with this orb of light that he has kind of held in his hands that's providing the only source of like light, essentially. And in his other hand is a staff, and he is looking around mysteriously, but also methodically as he continues to maneuver through this space, this rocky region. So far, he doesn't seem to have picked up on you. And from that point, when you're watching him and Callan appears, similarly, you do recognize him from the room that you were in previously.
What else is in my surroundings? Are we like...
You're kind of
Is it just
both
a void space, or...
swept up in that darkness that is more or less kept at bay only by the light source from the humanoid not too far from you. But other than that, it's just darkness and then mountainous region from what you can tell that y'all are in.
I would probably try to like struggle to my feet and then maybe try to take some cover. Like, where the hell am I? And then if I see Callan, what are you doing here?
I'm not sure if I'm invading your dreams or your consciousness, but I met your friend with the mask.
Dr. Nobody.
You are not here right now. You are somewhere else.
Did you see where I was?
In my vision, you were on a floor with your eyes ensorcelled.
like playing on the outskirts of like a table, maybe some like cups on the table.
You were in a shop? Is that right, Stacks? They were inside like a shop area?
Yeah,
Last
like a
time I
room.
remembered we were like in a break room or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a break room then?
If we were in the same spot that we were when we left off last time, when we were having our initial like visions, then
I saw the table.
okay.
I think I can pull you out of here.
Okay. Do it for whatever that is. Finds us.
If it's the same way that it happened with your friend, you would need to confront that.
Oh, good. Okay. Then right now, like, how far away is this other thing that's kind of trying to scan for us? Or for me
Maybe
and John?
30 feet.
Nice. You see Axiom start to cast something, and she'd like on this wrist, like kind of flip some like little switches and arrange things in a certain way, and things would start to like rearrange on her wrist piece a little bit. And as it did, like towards the front, right on the like top where the hand would be, see a little like spherical like camera shutter kind of thing open up, and then you'd see this like purplish red energy come out that formed like a hand, and she'd cast mage hand, and that would send out, and she's gonna try to grab the staff out of his hand.
Nice. Similarly, your mage hand gets maybe within 10 feet of this creature, and he looks over directly at you and Callan, and I need you both to make a perception check. Callan regular, Axiom at exhaustion level.
Even in my
18.
dream,
Even in your dream.
bitch. Well, it wouldn't have been better either way. So 12.
Nice. Yeah, I would say both of y'all are able to pick this out. As he's looking at both of you, his eyes are giving off this glow, but you can see almost past that in the sense of how the iris is kind of like laid into the pupil. And you get the sense that he's blind, but seeing in a different sense, sort of. And then similarly, you're both shunted back. Dr. Nobody, you would see the appearance of Callan reappear, and then Axiom kind of like judder and wake up in her body.
As I'm still looking down at Axiom, what happens with her eyes? As like, because they had the black and the stars in them, right?
Yeah.
What happens as she kind of comes to with me looking down at her?
The moment she comes to, it kind of like blinks, and then her actual normal eye color appears.
Okay.
It's almost like gets sucked in.
Oh shit, that was something.
Our dreams are places for us to confront the things that we fear in the waking world.
And I still see him like in this place.
Yeah, he's kind of like half there, half not there.
Does it like he look incorporeal, or is it just like if I tried to touch him?
Yeah, he looks incorporeal. Like Dr. Nobody tried to touch him and he went through him, so.
So it kind of looks wispy a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So weird how you're here. I don't get it.
Neither do I. I'm unsure how this is happening. But there's still 2 more of you, and I feel compelled to help them as I've helped you.
Go for it. Have fun.
I stand up and I make myself over to Kyrian?
Isarion.
Assyrian. And I go for the wrist again, just to touch him.
Just the wrist. I don't think he has anything that would prevent that offhand. So I'm gonna send something to Nordic. Nope. Oh yeah, this is a good one. This is what you're seeing, Isaria. Another wisdom save there, Callan.
Yeah, I'm glad I've got advantage checks on wisdom saves. 17.
Okay, you shunt inside of his mind space, Axiom, Dr. Nobody, as y'all are kind of getting your lay of the land back and figuring out you're still in the room, the break room. You see Callan kind of vanish again. And what y'all see, what Isarion sees, and then what Callan sees, is not good. Isarion, you see, or you have been seeing, this very large, grotesque aberration that is feeding on something. You're not quite sure what from your current location, but you see it's kind of like elongated torso, almost like brain-like head sort of mass that forms down into like a fiendish sort of grotesque creature with a face that has like a million teeth. You're not even sure, but it's like clawing and grabbing with its 3-fingered appendages that are on a displacement of 6 different arms that are coming out from it, and it's just like sloshing different bits of meat and food or some sort, probably raw, into its guttural kind of like chomps. And from your position, you're perched behind a very well-placed rock. There's multiple rocks, but this particular one has enough cover for you. And then Callan appears, and that cover is kind of like shifted in a way that the creature's attention sort of stops and then looks up at the two of you's direction, from what you can tell.
Hello.
Am I able to move?
Yes.
As a reflex, my hand would come out towards your mouth and try to cup it. And his eyes are just wide.
Does his hand actually make contact with me?
Yes, in this weird sense, yes.
I just slowly reach up to the hand and try to pull it away from my mouth.
Okay.
Not a lot of force. It's just like you feel his fingertips, and he's just like trying to guide your hand.
And you would allow it. He's just, it's quiet.
You're in a dream. It's time to wake up.
What's the creature doing?
You hear loud thunks as its steps start to approach the direction of the two of you.
We have to go.
Do not flee from it. This is how you awaken.
You see him get up and run.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Just gotta
I
be
take a
faster
s-
than the slowest person.
I take a
Page
step
out of
back.
Not Afraid.
I take a step back to put myself on the outer side of the rock so that the creature can see me and I can see it.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Oh, that's a whopper, an 8.
Nice. From what you can tell, its attention is kind of misdrawn and not on you specifically, but it's still kind of aligned with Iserion's fleeting steps.
This may be problematic. Is it still moving towards Assyrian?
Yes.
I will attempt to intercept a path to put myself in the middle of that so the creature would have to go through me to get to him.
Okay. Inspo to Guy. Roll me a...
If you want me to roll a death saving throw, just say it.
No, of course not. Why would I make you do that?
At least you wouldn't have disadvantage for being exhausted.
Imagine being exhausted and then die.
Brutal.
Let's go Arcana again.
Okay.
Because you're like whisperly there.
17 plus, that's 24.
Okay. As you're kind of standing your ground and the creature bounds towards Aserion and it has to go through you first, it passes into you, and with your kind of state presence, you get shunted back outside of Iserion's body, and then Axiom and Dr. Nobody, you see him kind of reappear in the space, but Iserion's still in that void of a expression.
Is your friend often a coward?
I'm honestly not sure. I haven't really been around him all that much. But what happened?
He did not want to confront his dream.
I mean, to be fair, I gave a humanoid and like a regular beast thing. So I gave Aserion a six-armed creature from the abyss. Like, there's a slight.
Might be a little bit
Just a little. Do you know anything that might compel him to see the dream for the dream?
She kind of looks over at Dr. Nobody like,
Let's see if your other companion is more stalwart. And I will move over to Rafik?
Rafik.
Oh, Rafik.
Rafik. I was closer than Assyrian. I'll reach down to his wrist.
Okay. Wisdom save, and then I'm sending you something, Patrick, on Discord.
21.
Okay, yeah, you get shunted into his mind space, and you both see this kind of like undead presence of a warrior of some type with a sort of like glowing battle axe in their hand. Their expression has a set of red eyes, and they're almost kind of like Wendigo-esque, like wispy sort of ghost-like appearance is causing them to float in the air, and there's kind of an underglow in their chest of redness as they furiously fly above the skyscrapes looking for anything, and their eyes set on Rafik, and you hear this like belching scream as it comes darting down from the air towards the Dragonborn.
Don't run.
All right. Easy enough. I ready my shield, whip out my hammer, and get ready for a breath attack when it gets within 15 feet.
Okay. As it gets within 15 feet, I would say, do you... That's a... Let's check for what does your breath attack look like? Is it necrotic?
It is necrotic.
Belching? Blah. So you see this
Gonna
vile grossness erupt out of Rafik's mouth, and as it escapes, the two of you are shunted back into your respective previous areas. Rafik, your eyes kind of switch back to their normal state, and you're on the ground looking up at a ethereal type Callan, and then you see Dr. Nobody and Axiom in the room as well.
That was far easier this time. As I stand
What
up.
happened?
Fighter versus Bard Camp.
I do not know the situation that we are in.
Apparently, we're having like visions of some. I don't know if these are the chaos creatures or not that we're being told about, but
Yeah.
that kind of makes sense to me.
Mortimer did say we were linked to certain
That
creatures.
is. Yeah. Well,
Maybe
then.
these are visions of the first ones we each have to track.
Asarion, make me a dexterity save.
Am I exhausted too or no?
You are.
Then it's a 8.
Nice. As you're running away, you
Bravely run away.
you feel the presence of this creature get up to you a lot quicker than you would have thought. And as its presence is approaching quicker, you're kind of flooded with the statistics of this being, and you realize that even if you do dash, you're not going to be able to outrun this guy. And the moment that kind of like registers, you feel a swipe at your back, and these some set of claws, you're not sure from which arm, hits into you. And let's see, does a 22 hit? Okay.
There's nothing like barking.
Well, there was that one night.
You take 8 points of slashing damage in your mind, and you all in that instance see Iserion's body like shift and shudder and kind of like distort a bit, but his eyes still stay the void like as it is, and you see kind of like a trickle of blood come out of his mouth.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I'll run over and grab Sirion to see if there's any other wounds on his body.
Okay, make a medicine check.
$18.
Nice. As you're checking him over, he doesn't seem to be physically injured, not in the sense that you would think, but his pulse is racing to an extent, and the blood pressure kind of like his hand or arm and everything kind of like feels hot to the touch, as if he's in a state of exhilaration, but also like panic.
His
Should
dream is
I-
going poorly.
Take an action and use vicious mockery.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell him my mom hits harder than you,
Oh no.
as I'm almost dead.
Oh, smack!
What kind of save is that?
Wisdom 15.
Okay, that's 8.
It would take 3 psychic damage.
Nice. In that moment, as the sentence escapes your lips and you feel the creature take into that reciprocated damage, your eyes open, and whoever would see that the voids have vanished, and you're in your own body, back on the ground in the room, the break room that you were last in, but you do taste like that sense of that familiar taste of copper as the blood is still in your mouth from the
And then like
attack you took.
Axiom and Rafik at least are like just hovering over you, like what the hell is happening?
What was that?
My
Callan.
mom is the weakness for a lot of things. He pulls out a little notebook as he's laying down and just writes it.
Did you
Callan,
bite your tongue?
No.
You have a little something.
And your body felt like you were almost in a fight. Like a little adrenaline going.
Surely I just fell too hard. Fainting spell.
If that's what sets off your fight or flight, I'm a little worried.
Yeah, what you talking about?
Stacks, do I still see the connection points?
they would all be severed at this point.
And I'm still kind of like ethereal while they're all very physical.
Yes. And you would all see Callan from the med ward standing there in like his ethereal sort of not present form.
Well, I guess we're all awake now. Nice
now
to
I
meet
need
you.
to wake up.
Should we go into your dreams now?
Can you?
One way to find out.
Axiom
I
just
hold
kind
out a
of like
hand.
jumps and tries to like fit herself into his shape, not just like.
If
Like, is this
there's
how
a
this works?
description for a Callan axiom kind of combination, that's what y'all see.
Like the little bit of blue to the pale face. And...
Did it work?
No.
Are you in his dream?
I'm not sure
I
if
can see
I'm
from
dreaming.
inside your skull. This is really weird. She like backs out.
You're
It's
clipping
like
through
when-
his character model.
It's like, yeah, when video games don't like process getting too close to something and you all of a sudden see just like eye sockets and backside of teeth and it's just really awkward. unsettling.
I think I would have to be dreaming for you to enter a dream of mine. Somehow I was brought to you all.
Where are you exactly?
I was at Mortimer's mansion in the study,
Oh, the
on
Rhine
the balcony. Something drew me here.
What was the last thing you remember doing?
I was about to open a book.
Do you remember what that book was?
No, I just grabbed it off the shelf to preoccupy myself till I assume you all returned to the manor so that we could meet.
Well, if anyone else has any other suggestions, I think that's a good idea.
Yes. Manor.
First place to look.
Callan, make me an insight check.
Insight. 11.
You get a feeling that you're being watched, but it's only like briefly.
Sort of cast my gaze around the room. But I assume I probably don't see anything.
Make a perception check.
Ooh, nat 1, 6.
Nope.
Ain't seen shit.
Do you know how to get back to the manor from here? I haven't traveled through the city.
I
Yeah.
can get y'all there.
Perhaps if I rejoin with my body, that will solve this issue.
That's not how you normally are?
No, I'm normally quite solid.
Well,
Maybe you died when you grabbed the book.
yeah, there you go. Maybe you're a ghost haunting us.
We gonna
That would
be-
not be too outlandish, according to my studies.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Okay, let's go back.
I'll float along with them.
Axiom sort of grabs a like small pack of her things from the shop that was already kind of ready.
Okay. As y'all are exiting out of Muixa's tack shop, Callan, make a wisdom save.
24.
Okay. In that moment, anyone that is passively looking with a 13 or higher, passive check, perception, would see that Callan's eyes shift over to that black and become those void-like irises that probably most of you, aside from Asarion, have seen. And then Callan's form, whatever it is shunted away and he vanishes. And I'm going to send you what you see.
So I noticed it. I'm gonna look around and say, hey, did anyone else see that?
Yeah. I do.
Alright. I'm gonna take off in a dash towards the mansion.
I'll take off at a brisk jog.
Okay.
I'll just look over at Asarion. I guess we're running. And start to kind of like run at a medium pace.
My
I'll
brisk
match
jog
that
is
pace.
my brisk jog is probably faster than his sprint.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, for mechanics' sake, are y'all dashing or just running?
I'm going full tilt.
Okay.
Traffic's
mean-
going full tilt. I'm going like
I'm taking my movement.
Normal movement speed.
Nice. All of y'all roll initiative.
Twenty.
17.
21.
21.
Wait,
Dirty 20.
22, correction.
21 for Asarian.
21.
Or 14 for Axe.
And nobody?
17.
Okay. For matters of purpose, considering the pacing that you all are taking, what's your full movement speed, nobody?
40.
Okay. Let's see.
My full or the dash?
Just your full.
Okay.
Doing math.
Oh, we're gonna be here forever.
Okay.
And that's where
So,
we're gonna end it, folks. Well, it takes 2 weeks
this-
to figure out this math.
Might be only viable for 2 people at this current rate, but the manner in which y'all can get back to the manor
Lovely
is
choice of
about,
words.
I would say, 150 feet from where y'all are presently walking to where the manor is, to where you would be able to see Callan on the outside patio to be able to do anything to assist. That being said, Rafik, it's going to take you 2 turns plus another turn of your movement. So on the 3rd turn, you will be able to run up regular and then still have an action to do something. And
Sure.
then Guy, 150 for you going regular pace. I think same for A12's 4th turn.
Well,
And
no, I was
then-
jogging. I'm sprinting.
Okay.
So it would only be 2 turns because I move 80 feet per turn.
Okay. And then the rest of you are moving just regular, if I remember correctly?
Yeah,
So like 5 turns?
I think so.
Words are hard.
So
about
four,
right.
4 turns. I mean, it depends on what I'm able to do. Like, I can cast Firebolt from 120 feet away. So I can get in range of something in a turn.
Yeah. Okay. We'll
So-
take it
and
turn
if
by
I
turn.
see the stuff happening, I would probably quicken my pace a little bit too. But
Okay.
depends on if I have like line of sight on things. Yeah, I have 120 feet on some things. So, yeah,
Okay.
just depends on what's going on. What
I can commit arson from over a mile away.
So that into consideration, top of the order, Rafik, you are running, and then you
Dash.
dash. So you've moved 60 feet. Next is the Sarion. You've moved.
Does he see anything after moving that 60 feet?
I'll have you all roll a perception check at the end of the round,
Okay.
just to make it easier. 30 feet. I don't know, whistle for your action. And then Axiom 30 feet as well.
Yeah.
Although nobody. You
If I
moved.
see something that's like threatening at that range, then I would do something. So that's kind of why I was asking.
Well, that's why I asked what y'all were doing before I had you roll initiative to see what your mentality space is for it. Because if there wasn't any pursuit to want to get back there faster, then you wouldn't be in the current mind state to want to get back there faster. So essentially you have to wait 6 seconds to see if you're going to move faster based on your initial actions.
Well,
because like if I told y'all to roll initiative and be like, oh, how are y'all going back, then obviously game wise y'all probably be like, I'm sprinting. But
no, that's fine. I'm just like, I'm still looking in that direction because we know like something happened differently, and I'm at least watching. I see our dragonborn goes sprinting off, so I'm like, what is going on anyway? And like, so I'm gonna be looking
again,
towards
like,
the manor to see if I see anything. That's what I'm just
Rathic
asking.
started sprinting and y'all moved normal is what
I'm not saying I'm gonna start sprinting. I'm saying that I'm looking towards the manor because
I understand that, but you have 6 seconds to whistle for free. And you said 80 feet?
Yes, assuming that I can't dash twice in a round. Because I can dash as a bonus action.
Again,
Would I be able to dash again as an action?
think of your mindsets of not initiative. Would you be dashing and that to the extent?
No, I would just be dashing normal.
Okay. So, just 80.
Nobody's more running as like a race against Rafik than he is towards any danger. He saw him run and he was like, I can run.
I can run faster than you.
I'm the fastest boy alive.
Callan, I know we've done this initiative a little out of whack, but Callan, what you see inside your mind is this being kind of like that sense of how you were being watched. This creature is looking over you. However, it's different than how you experience the other four's kind of similar creatures that they had to face. It's almost like it knows your position in all of this, and it knows that essentially a form of interaction is a way to sever that tether, and instead it's kind of using that time to study you and like study the situation. And in that moment when you vanish from where you were to how you presently where you find yourself in kind of similar to Dr. Nobody's, like a negative space. But you see the creature maybe 200 feet from your mind's eye. What would you like to do?
I walk towards him.
Okay.
As I call out, you have defied the grave as well.
And it looks at you, kind of cocking its head a bit, its eyes glowing like a ominous teal color. You are gifted, such as I, in this way.
We have both studied the Unmaker and their ways. We both seek the same escape.
And as its body distorts a bit as it moves its head, you feel its bones kind of like permeate throughout the empty space around you. Are you moving like the full 30 feet towards it?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
taking my regular pace towards it, so 30 feet closer.
Anything for your action? Or are you just holding off for right now since it's not?
Let me check one thing. That's it.
Okay. At this time, everyone make a perception check that's outside of the mind body.
I got a 20 total.
21.
What was Rafik's? You're muted!
Sorry, 15.
Okay. I would say from here, y'all are able to see kind of like the side back area of the manor. Noted, approaching from Moixa's side of things, the front of the house is where the front door is, and then the back is where the patio is, and the back on top on the balcony is where Callan is. So as y'all are approaching from the right side, skirting upwards, you get a glimpse of like the blue tinted skin from Callan, and then the robes that he's wearing, which draws your attention more away from the front of the house and more towards the gated around partition. But y'all are able to see that Callan is sitting there in his space, but he doesn't seem to be responsive towards anything around him. And then, taking that as you will, top of the order, and I'll try and do this in initiative order, but top of the order, Rafik.
I mean, I can't do anything but get closer, so it's gonna be another double dash,
Okay.
or not double dash.
120 feet away. Okay. Sarion?
I would advance further, but just normal speed, so 30 feet.
So 60 feet away.
Those guys are fast.
Oh gosh, name escaped me. Callan, do you want to hold or do something presently?
Yeah.
Do you want to move closer?
I want to move. I'll take my other 30 feet movement closer to it. So I think now I'm down to 140 from it.
Yes.
Okay. Did it act? Does it act before me?
It's like a weird sense. It's kind of acting in your same.
Okay. Does it look like it's going to approach me at all?
No, it's just standing there.
Okay. So as I take my other 30 feet movement forward, I don't cast a spell. I don't do anything. But I do look at it inquisitively. How did you escape?
I was released from my prison. And now I can continue where I left off.
No. How did you escape the Unmaker?
We never truly escape.
I will. And that's it. I'm good for my turn.
Okay.
I'm gonna be a lich.
Dr. Nobody.
I would continue dashing until I reach the house, and then I would touch the house and turn back at Rafik and go, I win. So with a 20, I just see Callan sitting on a chair.
Yeah, he's like in the balcony space. Not responsible. Like you've seen Axiom and Rafik and Isarion when they're not moving in the ascents. And since approaching the house, he hasn't moved from his position. Like, you can't see his eyes presently, but you can gauge based on.
I'd assume that he was just reading intensely. So yeah, I touch the house, turn around and go, I win.
You still have 10 feet of movement.
I guess I'll walk over to see what book he's reading.
Well, he's on the balcony.
Right, but like if I walk around so that I'm like directly in front of the balcony where he is, like just in that direction, or am I directly underneath him already?
I would say directly underneath him.
Oh, all right. Then I'm not going to use my other 10 feet of movement. I'm just going to go, hi.
Okay. Axiom.
Just moving on up still. Now I wouldn't have visibility on anything yet, huh?
You would have
Said
saw
it's in
him
the back of the house.
sitting there in the back as well, to know to go that way rather than the front of the house.
Okay. Yeah, and just moving 30 feet. He's just like sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
I probably wouldn't know like how to get to the balcony. Would I need like would going through the front of the house maybe make sense in my mind to get up to like on the balcony?
Yes. Well, underneath the balcony, there is the doorway kind of that leads to the patio area. So essentially you can go, if it's unlocked. I mean, if any of it's unlocked, you can go through the back door and then hopefully make your way up faster than going through the front and then going through the manor.
Okay, if Axiom would know that and have that sense, then I would probably go that way.
Okay. At this time, at the end of the second round, Rafik, you would have got the tale of Dr. Nobody making it to the house first, as he calls back.
Get wrecked.
My goal was never the house. We'll see who
Make
gets the last laugh.
another perception check. Dr. Nobody, make one. Well, are all y'all still at disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay.
You
never
did
mind.
this.
You did this.
I'm not.
Yeah.
And we see who stacks his face.
I rolled a 10.
Okay.
Everyone has exhaustion.
All you gotta do is miss the first session. I mean, come on.
I got perception 8.
Sick. Tight. What was Isarion's and Axiom's?
What was this?
Perceptions.
The one we did roll, or are we rolling again?
A new one, because something else is about to happen.
Okay.
Something else.
8.
And 9.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to have high perceptions to see this.
Just back here, kind of like
but
walking up, you know. What do you think's going on?
as y'all are,
Big rush.
moving to various extents, some for fortune and fame and bragging rights, others just to get there. You all can see, I think Dr. Nobody rolled the highest, but you all can see Callan's body lift up from the chair and freaking start to rise into the air.
It's a weird book.
What? Back at the
Okay.
top. Rafik,
How close am I
you
to
are
Kellen?
30 feet away from being able to, I don't know.
Interact with Kellen?
Yeah.
How far up in the air am I?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I would say currently about 20 feet. 20 feet above
The balcony.
ground floor thing. No, wait.
All right.
Yeah. 10 feet above the balcony space. I'll just make it easy.
There you go.
I don't know how
That's
big
easier.
the balcony to the patio is.
You don't have that in your notes? God, unprepared.
I can't even. Like, I don't even know what that would. 15 feet? So he's like 25 feet off the ground?
Well, I asked that because I'm going to fly. I'm going to use gem flight, so you'll see.
Oh,
It's,
Dr. Nobody,
uh,
take that. Suck it, nerd.
Yeah, you're going to see this like glittering wings come out my back, and I'm heading straight for him.
Okay. So he's 25 feet off the ground. Are you going to?
Oh, 25 feet now?
Well, that's from the ground.
Oh yeah,
10
yeah. So I'm
from.
going- so it's
We've established.
it's my normal walking speed. So with the bonus
do
action to do
bonus
that
action
means I go
dash.
30 feet.
So you're gonna fly and have like 5 feet left.
It's
but
not full right. Start my turn, so I have bonus action first to do the wings and 30 feet of movement, right?
oh yeah,
doing
so
that right?
you're
I'll be able
you're
to reach
just
it.
getting there manifesting wings essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Sweet.
Wait, am I doing that wrong? Am I thinking about that wrong? Is it
No,
Can I
because
do a
it does
bonus
take
action
a
before
bonus
my
action to manifest them. So
so I can't move after I do it?
wait, it's just a bonus action? Yeah, you have an action
Yeah.
left. So you're
So
gonna
can I
move.
bonus action wings, move to him, and then do I still get an action, or is that it?
That's it.
So I'm a little confused.
So
That's it?
you're within 5 feet of the flying Callan.
I'll look down at Open and say, I win.
I feel like this is not the time for this conversation, but Asarion, you see Callan float up in the air, and then you see a Dragonborn float up in the air. Question mark. What would you like to do?
It's fancy tricks as I'm walking forward with Axiom. Right, fast ones, flying ones. Don't
Make
run.
a insight check. At disadvantage. That's great. I guess this makes sense. You are just like la 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 la. The sky's blue. Ooh.
6.
Okay, yeah, you're just walking with Axiom. Anything for your actual action, or are you just like?
Nope, that's it. I'm getting closer, but I mean, I don't fly. So.
He's moseying.
Nobody. You see that the Dragonborn is winning.
I'm gonna do a wall run.
Ooh. Can you do those yet?
I can't do the mechanical wall run, but I can still run at a wall and then, like you can in parkour. It's a
You do-
legitimate
You
movement.
do know you're at disadvantage for like all these fancy tricks.
That's fine.
Okay. Remember, chat. He said that's
It's
fine. Okay, give me that acrobatic check.
That's double 19s for a 26.
Oh. So yeah, you get up there.
Yeah. Take that.
And then
Take
when
that
I
fucking-
when I get to the balcony, I'm gonna do a standing high jump using Step of the Wind, which doubles my jumping distance, and I'm gonna grab Callan, and then look down at Rafik and go, "No, I win."
Okay, so Action Economy, you moved up the wall. You
Yep,
step
and then I
in
used
the
a key
wind,
point
and
as a bonus
then
action to jump.
You're jumping for your action
Yeah,
to grab.
jumping and grabbing.
Okay. make a
Athletics?
athletics check. Ooh, let's see him survive this one. And then, yeah, it's basically to see if you can grab Callan, because
That was a. Hold on, how do I pull it? Nope, that was. Hold on, I just rolled, and then I accidentally clicked it away. One of
Oh,
them
if you
was a
go-
4, but I'm going to use my inspiration that I just got.
okay, you can add an extra d6 to that.
Oh, okay. That's, I thought inspiration was advantage.
No.
That's literally
that
what
would
it is
be
in the
so
game.
crazy.
All right, so then
You're crazy,
it is
Greg. It's so
a
crazy.
a 2 plus 4, which is an 8.
Nice. So, I guess I'm gonna play it out as it is.
But
so
my standing high jump is just a set number, so like I'm able to jump that high.
yeah, you definitely jump that high.
Okay.
But when it comes to like the meeps
Grabbing
of
him?
grabbing them, you're just I don't know.
I just slap his boot. I still win.
You did touch me first. That's a winner.
Oh, technically, yeah. And then you fall back down 10 feet and you land back on the balcony. I think
That's
it.
my whole turn. That's
Okay.
all I have.
Oh gosh, so much stuff. Axiom.
Axiom. Be like, I'm gonna get him to teach me how to do that.
Y'all
Oh,
see,
fun.
just like
Like,
keep the Callan away from. I don't even know what game this is, but like Dragonborn's flying up to it, freaking Dr. Nobody's slapping his boot.
Parkour.
It's like American Ninja Warrior on the warped wall. That's like a 20-foot wall. Just run up, jump, slap.
Would I get within 60 feet of him? And how high off the ground are they?
Moving another 30, you are at.
'Cause I believe that would be the third time I
120?
moved, right? So like,
I have you at 120.
feet away?
No, feet covered. So like
Oh, okay.
um,
So I'd be within 30
30
feet.
feet, yeah.
Okay.
30 feet from where Rafik was right before he flew up 25 feet.
Okay. So they're up 25 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So essentially, they are 55 feet away, diagonally.
Okay. Then I would just kind of like, I wonder if he is doing that himself or not. And I would kind of ready a feather fall, just in case.
In case they all fall.
I guess feather fall is a reaction anyway. So
Yeah.
doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think that's all I do. Just what's going on?
Okay. And then back to Callan.
I move forward the other 30 feet, which puts me at 110 from him. And I raise my hand up. It's time for this dream to be over. And I cast Magic Missile at him.
Nice.
Does he trip when I hit his boot?
It translates to like, holy shit.
What's that damage?
Oh, Magic Missile.
87.
5 points of force damage.
Okay.
Or
Level 2. No. The
Oh, sorry. It does 3 of them. So
Oh, I was gonna say the minimum damage you could do on a level 1 magic missile is 6 points of damage.
yeah, it's of 7 and 10. 10 points of force damage.
Is it a 5, 7, and 10, or just 10 altogether?
10 altogether.
Okay. Sick. As you do that, nothing happens. I mean, aside from him taking freaking 3 bolts of damage to the face or body.
I blink owlishly at him. No facial expression, but very, like, surprised eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
Nice. Top of the round. Anyone within 5 feet of Callan. Funny how that is.
Yeah.
Make a dexterity save.
At disadvantage, right? For exhaustion?
No, that's only ability checks.
Oh,
That's
okay.
only ability checks, I think.
So you said dexterity save?
Yes. There.
19.
Okay. Wait, let me make sure.
Yeah, level 1 disadvantage on ability checks. Level 3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, D&D. Not sponsored.
Yeah, where do you even see that at? I'll have to ask you later.
Stax, you run like 20 games a week. How do you not just know it off the top of your head?
Because this isn't my character. This is what I picked out of nowhere.
Oh, there it is. You go to the exhaustion thing down at the bottom. If you click on the little arrow next to level 1,
Oh, yeah, I see it at the bottom.
and
Effect.
down at the bottom.
Disadvantage on ability checks. Oh. Learn
And
something new
then-
every day.
2 speed halved, 3 disadvantage, 4 hit point maximum halved, 5 you can't move, and 6 you die.
Hmm.
It's dicey.
Mm-hmm.
So, rules as written. If you achieve exhaustion level 5, your character becomes an immovable rod.
Oh. I'm just going to place you next to this door. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
You're so tired you can't move, you're stuck in time and space.
Yeah.
Exhaustion level 5 sounds existentially worse than exhaustion level 6.
Yes.
Yeah, because 6 you just straight out die, right?
Yeah.
5 you're just hoping that someone happens upon you and makes you not be exhausted.
I think at 5 you're already wishing for death.
Okay. I feel this. All right. Never mind. About
Level
that.
5,
Oh.
your sleep paralysis demon becomes real.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, from Callan, how do they word this? A void of energy erupts out of him and kind of shoots out in a perimeter around where he is. And you, Rafik, since you started your turn by him, take 2d6 cold damage as from the point of Callan, these tendril-like tentacles start to come out of his floating body space as the spell Hunger of Hadar is being cast and concentrated on. And you take 7 points of cold damage there. I would suggest moving.
Is that with a save, or did he not save on
The
the dex
save comes if he stays there at the end of his turn. So there's option for 2.
So this is separate from the initial dex save.
Yes. So basically, as long as you don't stay there, you won't have to make another. You won't have to make a dex save at the end of your turn.
So I jumped up, slapped his boot, and then tentacles immediately came out of him.
It hit me.
Yep.
That's a hell of a spell.
I couldn't even win that race. Come on.
That wasn't me.
Second place sucks. All right.
I would immediately be eyeballing nobody. Really? Wasn't you?
My hands up.
Insight check.
So top of the round, you took that damage. What would you like to do, Rafik?
Well, I would like. Where's it at? To use psionic mind. I can send a telepathic message to any creature within 30 feet. I don't need to share languages, but you must be able to stand at least one language to comprehend these messages. See if I can't talk to this dude before moving away.
Nice.
Gallon.
Does it allow you to hear thoughts back?
Oh.
I think it's 2-way.
It just says they can understand these messages as long as we speak the same languages. I don't think so.
Okay. What are you going to
Maybe
say
not.
to him?
Was that you or was that something else? And wake up.
Okay. You doing anything else for your turn?
Yeah, I'm backing up.
Where are you backing up?
Staying at the same level as him, I'm gonna back up an additional 10 feet. So I'd stay at the same plane, because he's floating in the air. I got within 5 feet, I'm backing up, so I'll be 15 feet away.
Make a perception check. Because I guess it would make sense. You would go in a direction that isn't lava.
Yeah. Just smack me. I'm like, ah. Let me see, perception. 23.
Okay. From what you can tell, the point of origin is him, but it's going outward, maybe. Oh gosh, it's a lot. 150 feet and shooting upward.
Oh, upward.
But down seems to be safe-ish.
Yeah, so then I'll go away from the danger and I'll go down.
Okay. So as the hungers of
150
Hadar
foot
comes out and
tentacle?
these tentacles are at various lengths up to 150 feet, but all these different tentacles are just shooting out of Callan. You move down and out of the way.
You'll notice the direction that Dr. Nobody is in is the safe direction.
Okay. Are you still
Axiom will
flying?
Look over at Asterion and go,
I will say I'm just hovering
what was
just
in
off the
those
ground slightly.
drinks?
Okay. Isarion, you see all of this, obviously. There's a display of tentacle funness. And your buddies are moving away, kind of, from Callan. What would you like to do?
Tentacle
You are-
fragments? God.
I think the same amount of feet, 3, 6, 9, 12. So yeah, you're walking up to this now, to the epiphany of chaos.
I'm gonna yell up to nobody. Try insulting his mother, and I'm gonna cast inspiration.
So, Dr. Nobody, you get a bardic inspiration. At this level, what extra is it?
It is D6.
I was about to say, I think it's D6 at level 2. Okay. Anything for your action?
That's pretty much it. I'm just kind of like standing there. If I have to run, I'm ready to turn and run.
Okay, so hold your action. If anything pops off, run at least 30 feet away from it.
Yep.
Okay. Callan, in your mind, you attacked this creature. It withheld the attack. If it could smile, it would, but it doesn't have a face structure for that.
I shrug as I reach into a pocket and I try to grab a piece of diamond in my component pouch. Is that there? Do I have my material components in this space?
Yeah, I would say you would.
Okay. And I start chanting as I spin my hand around the piece of crystal. It starts blinking through multiple different colors before it settles on a flaming red. And I flick the crystal, and it shoots towards them as I cast Chromatic Orb.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Fire-based. All right, 21 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Damage. 9 points of fire damage.
Okay.
How do you roll?
And that's just chromatic orb?
Yeah, just Chromatic Orb. First level spell.
Okay, that's not chaos spell. Okay.
No,
Anything
it's
else?
not Chaos Bolt. I don't have that spell. No, I'm gonna keep the distance that I currently have. Suits.
And did you stay at 110 feet?
110.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just stand there and soak it and do absolutely nothing still?
I mean, he seems to be taking the damage, but he isn't progressively moving towards you and also not progressively like retreating or anything.
Will you not fight me?
It is not you that I wish to fight.
Who?
You are but a vessel that I aim to use.
Alright, I'm done.
Okay. Dr. Nobody, you are 10 feet below. You see tentacles out of your favorite anime. And what would you like to do?
Can I jump up and hit him with my stick?
I mean, yeah.
All right, I do that.
Okay. Roll an attack.
I jump up and hit the stick.
Hit
And
that pinata.
And I go, your mother would be disappointed in attacking new friends. It's a 23 to hit.
Callan, does a 23 hit your armor class?
Without a doubt.
Yeah. Okay. Roll damage.
I'm a wizard, bro.
It's 9 points of damage.
Okay. Callan, you take 9 points of damage.
Alright. My leg looks slightly broken.
Only slightly.
Just slightly.
It's hard to tell with me like floating around like a noodle.
It's just
It
a
does-
little bendy.
It
for
doesn't
one
look
leg.
broken if you were a bird.
You just turned his regular leg into a strong leg. It's fine. Anything else for your turn?
I ain't got nothing else.
Not with that attitude. There's another leg out there. I'm just saying.
I mean, if I could also flurry of blows while I was in the air, but I don't think that would be feasible.
You still have movement, so you still have your 10 feet to jump to him. I would say probably an extra 5 feet to jump, and then do it again, and then you're trying to like punch him twice.
Two hops this time.
Oh.
All right, yeah, I'll do that, and I'll take my unarmed strike as my bonus action.
Okay.
So I hop up and attack.
Okay.
That's a 25 to hit.
I think that hits.
That'll do
it.
Minimum damage, so only 6.
Oh, you're only doing
That's all
6?
you need is a hit 0.
Baby.
I jump up and just sack tap him. Stop
Oh
it.
no! That's even worse.
I am at 0.
In that
Actually,
moment,
sorry,
Axiom, you see the tentacles all retract into Callan's body, and his body just like starts to fall and tumble off the side of the balcony. Well, you know, he's
He
already.
immediately hits a quick lever on this bracer, and like some silvery white tendrils come out and kind of like wrap around him as it encases him in feather fall, and slowly just like.
I really wish your arm just shot out like a bouncy castle that automatically inflated directly underneath him.
It inflates on impact.
This is a feather fall.
In another life.
And as Callan's lifeless body makes its way safely down to
It's
the
not
ground,
lifeless. I sack tapped him. That's not lethal.
that's where we're gonna take a break.
Oh.
Wow.
Yay! We'll be back here shortly in like 10 minutes. Go get some more snacks and things, and we'll see how our party fixes this situation that has happened.
I mean, at least the tentacles are gone, right?
He got nutsack tapped.
It'll be fine.
He's gonna wake up in so much pain. I don't know what's gonna hit first, like the groin or the broken leg. Which one? Which was just higher priority for guys. But yes. If Callan could scream. We will be back here in like 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Well, I mean, you can go anywhere, but be back in 10 minutes is what I'm saying. And yeah, more fun. Get ahead. Yay. Okay, boys. Well, hello, everybody. We are back. Y'all aren't in initiative anymore, but there is a Callan unconscious on the ground as the silvery energy dissipates.
If we're not in initiative anymore, can I just hop off of the balcony and meet him on the ground?
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he floats down, I'm going to start administering first aid.
I'll hop off the balcony and help him out.
And when I'm in the middle of doing first aid and I see the damage that I have caused, I lean over his face and I lift up my plague mask, and the shadows start pouring down onto his body, and he is going to heal for... yes. He's going to heal for 3 points of damage.
Okay. As that happens, you see the dark energy coming down from Dr. Nobody's masks as this just like pool of darkness is pouring into Callan, and as the darkness enters into his pores, you see his leg like snap back into place, and maybe some ease in another region might also happen. And then, Callan, your eyes kind of like open, and if you weren't feeling sore from before, I mean, here we
When
are.
that first starts happening, like I would still be standing next to a Sarion going, is that a good thing?
As Sarion grabs your shoulder, he's like, just let me die if he ever comes near me. You're gonna be sick.
Just turn that way.
I put my mask back down and I go, desperate times call for desperate measures.
So as my eyes widen and I come to, again, the first thing that comes out of my lips is Krishna. And then, ow! What happened?
Who's Christina?
Is that your first name, Doc?
Don't
Hey,
know
my first
anyone
name.
named Christina.
You just said Christina.
No.
My mistake.
Also,
What
was
happened?
those, you had large tentacles that beat the crap out of me. That came out of your chest. Went pretty far in the air. You were floating in the air.
A defense mechanism?
Do you normally have tentacles that fly out of your body?
Not when I'm conscious.
Keep that in mind.
Is that what you all saw?
I reach down and point to my broken ribs, my shattered chest. Yes.
I guess I saw the chaos beast that is attached to me, as I saw the ones attached to you all.
I was very disturbed and mild. Never mind. Yeah, it was weird.
It was not a creature I expected to see.
Goblin.
No. Form of undead.
An undead goblin.
Ooh.
What do you have against goblins?
They're unexpected.
I slowly try and push myself up to my feet to see if I can stand.
Your foot's theoretically snap back in place. So, yeah. I mean, it might still feel tender and sore, but yeah.
Yeah. I grimace a little bit in pain, and I shuffle back and forth from my feet. Thank you for bringing me out of it. I suppose hurting me was the only option available to you.
Yes, the only option.
Agreed.
Wow, that's
Insight
not
check.
sus at all. Sure, roll insight for that. I don't know how this is gonna work. Disadvantage insights versus disadvantage deception or persuasion. Words are hard.
I mean, that was the only thing I could do, so I'll do persuasion.
I only got an 11.
I got a 6.
20 on insight.
I got a 17.
Ooh.
I just nod. Am I... I look down. No, I guess I'm not ethereal anymore.
It's a sad
yeah,
day.
you're physical now.
You were
I'd
flying.
like to learn how to replicate that.
You'll have to teach me how to do that one day.
Is there like an aftertaste?
Rafik was flying,
Yes.
so they're the same.
It's fair,
I don't think I could teach you that.
but I feel like learning how to grow wings is a little different than learning how to use magic to fly.
Much more-
However, maybe I can make mechanical wings. And she like shuffles into her pack and like pulls out some paper and like starts trying to write some shit down. Can I
Much more akin to the
no,
waters than I am to the sky.
That would explain the tentacles.
Around that time, as y'all are gathered there around, Kylan, did you get up?
Yeah, I'm
successfully?
standing.
Okay. As y'all are standing there, the doors to the back area of the manor that leads out to the patio swing open, and you see Mortimer and another figure that you all haven't seen before, not even from the staff of being within the manor your time there, kind of exit, and there's a bit of concern over Mortimer's face as he looks at all of you. Are you all right?
more or less?
No, I'm in quite a lot of pain.
Unless
Second.
Right. Perhaps we should go inside and eat something. And how many of you are injured?
I got a nasty cut on my back. If I can have somebody look at that, and it's just start walking towards
Yeah, I think I broke a rib. Oh, fuck, I keep walking too.
As you do that, you all see this other figure kind of like stopped perched at the entryway to the door of the manor. His entire body is covered in like white placid skin, and he has straight white hair kind of pulled back into a neat ponytail, but his expression, and he also has kind of like a white goatee at the bottom, but his expression is very stern, and his eyes are kind of this piercing gold as he looks at the group of you.
This
So-
is someone I might recognize. Sorry.
Not white in that extent. White in the form of non-pigmentation sort of thing.
It was more of like someone that I might recognize from Trade Gate.
Oh,
happenings and such.
roll a history check.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my luck. I don't know if I'm gonna need it later. That did okay. Well, that didn't help. Wasted. All right. It's an 11.
Okay. Not really. You can't really pinpoint him from anything. He looks at all of you, Sarion, as he's like walking towards the manor. Dr. Nobody, Callan, Rafik, and then over to you, Axiom. And his gaze kind of gives all of you like a once over, like he looks from top to bottom and then moves on to the next person, top to bottom, kind of like gauging exactly what this party dynamic is, sort of.
As he does that, I would do the same thing, like. And then just walk past.
Yeah, what's his party dynamic like?
Stern,
Party dynamic.
very stoic. He doesn't have a party presently. It's just him standing there. I mean, you don't count
Lone
Mortimer.
wolf.
Feels bad,
Got
man.
it. Check.
He does have kind of like a purple velvetish jacket that is neatly tied up and kind of like drapes outward towards the bottom, and a rapier kind of like sheathed at his side, but other than that, no real nondescripts are catching your eye. So you're the lot that survived last week.
I don't think that was us. We all died last week.
He is technically correct.
That's the best kind of correct.
You're that types, right? The name's Captain Jab. I said it wrong. Captain Jag, like the show. I've been assigned as your potential ship captain.
Shit.
Yeah. Like going out on the water?
Not that kind of ship, I'm afraid. Going out into the astral sea, the multiverse.
Say less, I am M.
What's the difference between a ship and a boat?
Where it sails, I imagine.
Okay.
Just do my neck alignment for this one image on the thing real quick. So there we go. I own a trade wind. airship. Have any of you seen one before?
Stacks, I think I would have. Yeah.
Utility
I would say general, if you've probably seen airships or any kind of ships in the state of flying without, flying in general, you've probably seen a trade wind airship. They're kind of compact, keeps a relatively small crew, but does have capabilities of doing things like maneuvering through the astral sea and going off into farscapes that are, think of it, areas where you don't want to go outside of the cockpit because you might die because there's no way to breathe if you require breathing.
Sounds fun.
But enough of that. We can discuss it over a meal. I'm famished, actually. And he kind of like turns on heel and starts to head back in. Callan, you would know the way that he's going is kind of headed towards the dining hall. Big open area.
It does feel like a long time since I've last eaten, and I follow after him.
I feel like y'all haven't eaten since, well, some of y'all since breakfast, but a lot of y'all since like a week ago. But if you all are going, you enter into the dining space easily capable of holding maybe 16. We'll go with 16 people maximum if you get the heads of the chairs. And he goes and sits down kind of at, not the head of the seat, at the bottom portion of the table when you first enter, but like the seat right next to it, and kind of props down and waits as other servants are coming out with a round of food, and they're setting it down throughout the entire scape of the table, regardless of where you are, so that there's main portion meals as well as sides that kind of like match correlate down the entirety of it. And for those that were injured, another servant comes out, and they have a tray of different glass vials that are like stoppered, and in each of them are red liquid kind of containers of a potion like substance. And they go up and hand a potion to each of you, actually, but for those that actually might need to use theirs, it is a potion of greater healing.
I drink it.
Yep.
Same.
And then Mortimo kind of sits across from Captain Jag, both at these like ending seats on the table.
I would probably try to sit next to the ship captain guy,
Okay.
and would probably overly bug him with questions. How long have you been flying ship? Where have you been? What's the most dangerous thing place you've been? Just rattling off like random questions about like the plane faring and stuff.
As you do that, he kind of like, easy there. Let's get some food sustenance in our bodies first before we go into all the details. There's plenty of time for all of that.
We can eat when we're dead, or something like that. Is that how it goes? Maybe not.
I don't
Okay.
think it works that way.
Technically, he's correct.
And then she would start eating if there's food there. Yeah.
Okay. And the rest of y'all, are y'all sitting anywhere in particular, or just?
I just grab a
Fine
seat.
seat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit next to wherever the fruit and the vegetables are.
Okay. Middle seats. There we go.
Yeah, I'll sit off to the side enough where I can be facing the servant door.
Okay. And after a couple of minutes, the last servant comes through with the last bits and pieces for the meal. And then they go over and then start to top all the cups so that there is a glass of water and also a glass of wine in each respective position. Regardless of if people are sat there, there is still food and also the wine and water in each position. Kind of like a mundane routine of how the Lord or whoever likes the presentation to be.
Is Mortimer here with us?
Yes, he's across from the captain.
I look at him. Are you expecting more people?
Not presently, no. I think it's force of habit, really.
What do you do with the unused food?
Well, if there's any extra, the servants usually eat the remainder first when they clear the tables, and then take to the rest that's in the kitchen. How are you all feeling, by the way?
I feel
Tired.
much better now.
Yeah, tired.
Dead
Well-
to the world.
In some respects, I guess that technically is true. Have you all thought any more of whether or not you would like to partake in the monster seeking?
Is that an option?
Well, yes. I mean, if you intend to go with the captain, then preferably a crew that is all on the same page would be most agreeable.
Kind of getting the sense that they're gonna kind of look for us too, as it were. So it might be in our best interests.
Have you all already encountered them?
Yes.
In a sense.
Right.
We had visions, shared visions, dealing with some of them. Yeah, it's been an interesting day.
That makes more sense as far as how you all have sustained injuries, and it's only been half a day.
I feel fine.
Of course, he sprouted tentacles out of self-defense, I guess, and so that's a whole other.
Are
ballgame
you normally
altogether,
capable
but-
of sprouting tentacles, Callan?
It's generally not a good thing for me to go unconscious involuntarily.
Right.
It must have been a nightmare when you were a child and your parents were putting you down for a nap.
Well, I believe the Lord of the Manor still wants you all on the same page as far as in agreeance to accompanying the captain here. However, he would like to speak with you before that, preferably just the group of you with him. Until that time, when he returns in the morning, there might be information that I can provide, or even the captain here, as far as what you all might be getting yourselves into. The astral sea
Information on-
is not for the light of heart. Especially if you plan on being a member of my crew, we all have to be on the same page. Now, are any of you capable of magic here presently?
In a sense.
In a sense.
I'm not innocent.
My heart weighs 10 ounces.
Right.
I can spew magic out of my mouth.
Actual arcane magic, whether of the divine or arcane nature.
I know a
He
trick
says
or
that she does her thing and like casts Mage Hand to grab something from across the table.
When you're out in the astral sea, it can be a scary place. Magic is your lifeline. Without it, you don't really go anywhere. The tradeswind, once it reaches out there, needs a propulsion device. Propulsion usually in the form of arcane energy. For those that have spellcasting capabilities, you can focus your arcane into a source console on the ship, and it will, in theory, propel the aircraft through the astral sea at a regimented pace. The higher the level arcane, the faster your ship goes. That being said, if you don't have any arcane energy left to tap into, cantrips do not count. Your ship is as it is. Now, there are many creatures out in the astral sea, not just counting the different places that you can go to. Some move a lot faster than my trade wind can actually keep up. Others, not so much. If we come across creatures that could potentially destroy us while we are out there, it will take our combined efforts to make sure that doesn't take place. This is why I need to know which of you are magically inclined. Otherwise, I would have other tasks for you to accomplish while we were on the ship. Yes. I'm sorry. I am Captain Jag. What is your name?
Name's Assyrian, but I can cast a couple things. I'm interested in the meals, but would the people that can actually charge this engine propulsion device be more important than other people and thus be protected?
Not particularly. I mean, I myself have arcane capabilities. I just need to know if there's other resources on the ship as well.
So what other duties would you have on the ship?
There are monitoring devices, weapon capabilities, as well as a few other things. We can go into the intricacies once you're actually on the ship. But essentially, as long as everyone knows what their role is, whenever things happen, it will be a little bit less chaotic, more fluid as far as getting us from one safe point to another.
I'm capable of arcane craft.
Now, Mortimer tells me that we need to hunt down the creatures that were released from Sigil. For those that don't know, there were many markings of beasts, humanoid or otherwise, that were contained within Sigil as a prison in a way. Mostly because of highly nefarious acts and somewhat just unscrupulous, unprecedented nature. That being said, these monsters, these creatures are not stupid. They will find a way to survive so that they are not trapped where they once were. However, if we are to contain them, then we need to be in an agreement of what that means. There's potential for creatures to willingly come back to their imprisonment, and there's potential for it not to be the case.
Are you asking if we're willing to kill?
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No skin off my back.
Death is not an end I'm afraid to visit upon others.
How about this? Out of you 5 present, how many of you are willing to kill? Show of hands.
I mean, if the reason's good enough.
Right.
Yeah, if I have to.
He kind of gives like a worried glance over to Mortimer. Yes, well, there are certain things about the chaos creatures that I was able to assess. Basically, you're all more or less linked to them in a specific way. You probably will find more knowledge about them than just your average goer. Because of this, you will all need to work together in order to accomplish your goals. But the tether there is a little bit more intimate than just merely going out and killing or capturing these monsters. They're tied to you on a aether level. Many of your natural innate abilities may be locked behind capturing these creatures or otherwise. That being said, you all might have difficult choices to make because some of the creatures out there are not what they seem. Some may seem like innocents, or some might be far more dastardly than you dare to take on. Regardless, all of them must be contained one way or another, and you all are presently suited with the capabilities of tracking them better than anyone else in the Outlands.
Is killing them sufficient to contain them, or is something more required?
If killed, the aether level of it can be contained in specialized containment forms. We have those on the ship. They are much similar to the types of prison containers that were on Sigil before it was released. If you're able to get the creatures into these containment areas, whether willingly or otherwise, you will be able to draw from them the etheric energies that you might need for various manifestations. However, some of them might be tethered to you specifically, so you might actually have to do the deed in order for that aether flow to be present.
I understand.
So, what do we do?
Captain? I mean, my ship's not going to be ready for at least tomorrow afternoon. Resupplying, restocking, and I'll be leaving with or without any of the people here present, depending on what your decision is. Just know that if you go on the ship, there's no turning back. We're not doing this back and forth thing.
My decision hasn't changed. She just goes back to eating. Still listening.
I don't believe that there's a decision to be made. There's only an inevitability.
I'll help where I can.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
You there, Sarion. You seem hesitant.
Well, I really need a rest. And I'm afraid if I do, you're going to leave beforehand. So, since we're all going, why don't you just show us the quarters? We can make our way there.
You want to tour the ship now?
I'd say a tour, just assign our quarters, and we can take care of the things we need to get some of the needed rest.
All right, well, I will head back to the ship after this meal. If anybody else would like to accompany me, feel free. We are not leaving until tomorrow afternoon. That's when I'll be able to be sufficiently stocked, and I will have a few more members of my crew with me.
I understand.
If you have any other business affairs that take place in the Trades Gate, you might want to get them sorted before then.
I was going to lose her mind when I told her I'm going to be riding on a trade wind.
I only have one bit of business before I leave. Mortimer,
Yes.
what killed me?
Humors.
The event was called the Crimson Burst. There was red wizards of Thay that infiltrated Sigil and expelled a great deal of destruction. And from what I was able to assess, you all were horribly burned to death by some type of high-casted fire spell.
Do you know what happened to the Red Wizards?
Some say they are still trapped within Sigil, but they have not been seen since that day or otherwise escaping or either.
Well, then I will hope that the Lady of Pain's blessings are visited upon them. That's all.
Well, don't let your food get cold, everyone. I need to know which of you are book inclined, I guess is the best way to put that. Who here enjoys the scholarly tactics?
I do.
I will have quite a few tomes for you all to have to read for your trip going forward. Any information that I could gather from Chaos Beasts and how they operate in order to make your travels a little bit easier.
You also include anything that has to do with like mechanical engineering and using that with arcane. Always looking for new ways to use some items.
Yes, I believe I could. If there's any other activities that you all specialize in, let me know as well, and I'll make sure that the airship is equipped with best capable means so that there's things that you can do when you're traveling from one location to the other.
I'm a doctor, so any medical related texts.
You see Mortimer will kind of like nod at you, but you see the captain's face kind of get like a level of intrigue, but he doesn't say anything as he keeps eating.
I'm a capable alchemist.
I like picking heavy things up and putting them back down.
Strength check. Strength.
Books on how to get swole.
Yoked, son.
Yeah.
If you could include any texts on undead, that would be advantageous.
Understood. Right, yes.
Thank you. I am very happy.
I am
You don't
starting
look
to
happy.
tell your facial expressions.
I apologize.
Okay.
Do y'all essentially as y'all are eating, the moment any of your plates would be finished or considered finished, a member of the staff comes out to offer you either something else to drink or possibly dessert at some point, but they are fairly attentive to make sure that y'all aren't sitting there haphazardly or anything.
Just because I have to go take my break real quick, Axe would probably finish up and then head back to the shop and start gathering things, and then stay the night there.
Okay.
We can get to that in a bit. Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay.
Captain, are there any supplies that you suggest that we acquire for this travel? I've never traveled by this means or through the astral sea.
Well, my ship will be fully stocked, capable of holding at least 10 crew members or prisoner combinations without much discomfort, unless there's something specific within means that you need to bring. I would fairly say that everything else would be taken care of. You all have your own quarters. There would be a mess hall for us to convene and eat. I will teach many of you how to maneuver the trade wind, as well as for those of you arcanely capable, what that entails as far as spell depletion.
Then I'll go with you after the meal to have my crew or have my lodging settled then.
Okay. What about you? You say you like picking up heavy things.
Yep.
How does that work in regards to tactical capabilities?
Oh, you gotta keep your body strong.
I'm referring to how are your tactical capabilities?
Oh, I've led a company of men before.
All right. There might be times that we do field missions, scout a planet or world therein, or otherwise. I will probably put you in charge of those missions, and you can take a small member capacity of the crew with you to see if it is safe for us to land or explore without much discomfort.
Okay.
Then you said you're a doctor, or
Yes.
I will make sure the medical bay is heavily stocked and get you familiar with that. Is there anything that you would need specifically?
I don't eat meat.
Like of any sort?
No.
Might have to change a couple of rations. Then you over there, Sarion. Where do your
Yes.
Talents lie?
I'm good at reading the map, but sometimes I can draw one or two.
He is quite fast.
Is that from like his nonchalant walk up to the mass destruction of Callan?
No, it's from my dream.
Oh, because he ran. But
There you go.
He looks at you, Sarion. Okay. I have a navigator on the ship as part of the crew. However, she might need assistance with, did you say you're good at detailing things, maps, locations?
Yeah, I can do that.
Potentially have you align it to where we can create a star map of all the different places that we're going. In case our main form of navigation were to go down.
I'm also
As long as-
proficient in navigator's tools.
As long as I get credit for it, I'll draw it.
All right. Well, if you all are done eating, I am going to prepare to go back to the ship. Anyone that would like to go see it currently is more than welcome to accompany me.
I stand up.
Saren will do the same. Finish his bite, wipe his mouth. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll grab a couple things, and then I'll meet you at the tread ship.
Do you all know where the docks is from here to the north?
No.
To the north.
Yeah, just head north.
I'll just follow you.
Oh, that also, yes. And the captain gets up, sets down his napkin, and then makes his way out of the dining facility and then out the front of the manor and then starts to wrap his way up north.
Before I leave, I turn to Mortimer. Again, thank you for your hospitality, and I cannot express to you my gratitude and joy that you fought the Unmaker in my stead.
I mean, I really just did what anyone in my position would do, but thank you nonetheless. I will see you all in the morning. The captain will bring you back here in time to meet the lord of the manor.
Good evening. And then I turn and I follow after Captain Jab.
Okay. What's Rafik and Dr. Nobody doing? Just sitting there with Mortimer at the table?
Yeah.
Just eating.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking my time.
I want to waste a free meal.
Yeah,
Very
if
much.
there's any nuts, I'm gonna put them in my pocket for later.
There's only these nuts over here.
These crushed nuts over here.
Dang.
Oh god.
Got him.
So that being said, time passes, the meal subsides. Mortimer gets up, bids you both a good afternoon wherever that leads you, and then starts to head downstairs to continue his research and also prepare the things that the others will need for the journey up ahead. Let's see. Roll d20s to see who goes first.
Got 11.
Like initiative or just a d20?
Just a d20.
Got 4.
Oof.
9.
Oof.
Roll 19.
Okay. Dr. Nobody, after your meal, what would you like to do?
I guess just get all my stuff together, get ready to go.
Okay. What does that entail? Are you staying at the manor tonight? Or are you going to the airship?
I'm gonna go to the airship and, I guess pick a room closest to the medical bay.
Okay. Rafik, what are you doing?
I would try to find any of those tomes that Mortimer had talked about how to defeat these chaos beasts, and find a room in the manor, and just spend the night studying before I fall asleep eventually.
Okay. And then Sarion, and you were going to grab some things first before you went to the airship district. Or
Yeah,
airship.
I'll grab the chickens and my gear, and I'll see if I can gather at least some rough map making tools.
Okay. And
just-
then Callan?
I just followed straight after Captain Jeb.
Okay.
I already have everything on me that is mine.
So that being said, I'll do Dr. Nobody, roll me a perception check. Rafik, roll me a history check.
That's a 14.
Okay. Ugh.
That's a 5.
Oh gosh, you didn't
Oof.
retain anything from that.
A little too tired.
He fell asleep
Sarian,
with a book on his face.
roll me a D100 die. And then I guess perception check as well, Callan.
Okay. 17.
Okay. Bum, 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 bum. So let's see. Dr. Nobody, by the time you make it to the airship district, you can find the trade wind without much difficulty. It's literally the only shop or only airship that's fits the description and is also actively being restocked, as you can gauge. There's a lot of dock workers that are there loading up supplies, as well as emptying off empty boxes and things from old supply crates. But you make your way onto the trade wind, and as you explore it, you come across the med bay eventually. There's still like people coming in and out of that room, and they're like fully restocking all of the med shelves and then getting rid of any waste or anything like that. But going from there, you're able to find the quarters where you'll all be staying. And there is a room with the 14 that is close to there, to where it's maybe like a 30-second walk if you're just like regularly walking to get there. But yeah, the quarters are large enough to house a bed, a storage wall unit, a mirror, and kind of a sink of some sort. You think it's a sink? And then like a small shelving unit, but other than that, they're relatively compact. But yeah, you find a room.
Cool. I go in and set up all my stuff. I've got a little wooden bird, and I've got a book, and that's like the extent of my personal books.
Good to know.
I don't lead a sad life, you do.
Wow. That was self-manifested.
Savage.
Let's see. Rafik, you go downstairs. Mortimo gives you one of his easier tomes. And you're like, yeah, this will be easy. And you go upstairs. You get a hot bath. You get ready for bed. And you have this book. And you're like, I'll read
Chaos
like a
Beast
couple
for
of
Dummies.
chapters. Chaos Beast for Dummies. And like, soon as eyes to paper happens, you're just like knocked out. Just didn't take much. But you get to
Best
get
sleep
sleep. I mean, you find out what puts you to sleep real quick. What was your D100 roll, Isaria?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Three.
How is that even possible?
Well, it's between 1 and 100, so 3% chance.
Oh
That's
my gosh.
impressive.
1% chance.
Low is good, right?
I mean, you said you were gathering your chickens, and then trying to get. What was the last thing that you were trying to get? Oh, navigation tools. So yeah, when it comes to the 3%, you are maneuvering through the trades gate with your chickens clucking about, and you're trying to find some place that has navigation tools. Like you go to proper shops that should have it, and none of them are like good enough for what you think you might need. Like it all looks a little bit too like cheap knockoff-ish sort of thing, flimsy. 3%. Oh gosh. But you finally make it to one of the shops, and what they're asking for them is just like, it's too high. Like, you know what navigation tools should be, you know how like cartographer tools should be price range, and these are just like a bit too steep. But they look nice.
I'll just look at him, tell him he's asking too much for that, and then I'll counter whatever price it is for basically 50% of that.
So they're asking for 30 gold pieces for this nice set of tools, essentially. And you want to dwindle them down.
For 15.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
I rolled a 20. But then I got a 9. So 15.
Okay. And what are you telling them as you?
I offered 15. I have a very serious, stern face. I know what the tools are worth.
These are fancy navigation tools. You see the embroidery? That's why it's 30 gold.
Fancy's good for staying on a shelf, which they don't have to work. Do these work?
Yes, they're perfectly capable of navigating.
Then why are you charging so much for them?
Because they're fancy. You see the embroidery here? I got it special embroidered.
Okay, that's fine. Does it embroider the map for you? Ooh, does it?
Oh no. I've never actually used it. I don't think it does, no.
So how do you know it's worth 30 gold if you've never used it?
Because it looks so fancy. Look at it. It's like, hold it to the light. It glimmers. Look.
I've seen a lot of fancy things, and they're definitely not worth 30 gold. You should sell this to me for 15.
Well, why would I sell it to you for 15? What are you going to use it with? You're just going to put it on your own shelf at your own house, doing all the fancy things. And everyone's going to come by and be like, oh, you have really fancy navigation tools. I wonder where you got those from. For 15 gold. Oh, who'd you get them from? And they're going to come here and I'm like, I didn't sell them that.
Well, look, I'm going to be on a ship and I'm going to be selling them several places. And if anybody sees me making a map with your
You're a
navigation
sailor.
tools, yes.
Who's your captain?
Jag. Captain Jag.
Make a insight check.
Hey, Captain John.
Seven.
Nice. You see them make a look on their face. You can't really discern what it is. They carefully grab the pieces, place it into a container, close the container, set it in front of you. 15 gold.
Put the gold on top of it, and I'll grab the tools, and then I'll make my way towards the ship.
Okay.
Meet up with everybody.
Callan, the one who actually got the tour. You see the ship has more enough capabilities to hold a substantial crew, plus extra storage area just in case. There is at least 10 quarters for crew members, as well as another storage kind of containment unit in case you got prisoners or something that you need to keep at bay. There is a shuttle ship that can be used for small team space exploration. There is the med bay. There are the main docking area, or like the what's it called? The place where everybody sits and looks out at the spaces and things.
Oh, the bridge?
Yeah, the bridge. There's the main bridge. Plus a couple other like commodity areas.
Oh, people sit in like the observatory? Like there's like an observatory?
There's like, if you go up, well, let me look at the orientation of it. Kind of like towards the aft of the ship, past the engine room, there's like a room that has kind of like, you think what protects the ship from the space is like a crystalline structure, but it's some kind of like weird structure. And in this case, it's like a purplish pinkish tint, and you can kind of like see outside of the ship for however far you can see. And it looks nice, but
yeah, a solar. Okay.
Then there's like a training room, bunch of different rooms.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I look at like the rooms that are for us to choose from, and I just pick one at random.
You open one and there's like a bird and a book and some other things, but they're not really
close
any
it.
other things. And you're like, this is already occupied. And you go to the next room and it's empty.
Okay. Yeah, I go in. I put my backpack down. I hang up my Black Sabbath poster. You know.
I knew it.
No, I really just put my backpack down, and that's about it. I don't really have any personal effects that I'm willing to leave in this room.
Okay. Sarion, you make it to the ship. Aside from the dock members that are stocking things, would you like to go anywhere specific, or?
No, I just try to find wherever our quarters are and get set up. Try
Okay.
to get some rest.
As you're maneuvering through, you see the captain kind of like show Callan like an empty room, and he goes in, and then the captain turns and sees you. Ah, you made it.
Yes. Just in time. I assume these are our quarters?
Yes. Any of these other rooms here you can have should be empty.
Okay. When's mealtime?
We just ate.
Okay. But there's the next one, right?
Yes.
What about in betweens?
There's a set 3-meal regimen on the ship. Any of your extra snacks are of your own doing.
Okay. He grabs the handle and sneaks into the room.
Okay. So, that being said, as long as no one else is doing anything else, you can all take a long rest. And you can get rid of your exhaustion if you have it.
Yay.
What a time to be alive.
Long rest. Take finally.
As someone who wasn't exhausted, do I wake up even perkier than before?
Perkier for you? Oh, that'd be exciting.
You wake up and your
Is that
balls
extra
hurt
Stonewall?
less and your foot's like a little bit more maneuverable.
Got it.
What are y'all doing? Waking up in various degrees?
Yeah, I wake up and I head for the mess hall.
Okay. You get there and you wait and you wait, and eventually the captain comes in with like a cup of joe. Oh, the meal thing doesn't start until we actually set sail. We can make it back to the manor if you want to catch breakfast there.
That's acceptable.
He's like drinking his coffee. Does Asarian and Dr. Nobody wake up at normal-ish early time?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not one to sleep in.
So you can sleeping in for sure. Probably be around 10 o'clock where he actually like rouses,
Okay.
feeds the chickens, looks around, but it's just waiting for breakfast to be called.
For a hot second, I was like, what chickens are you talking about? It's like, hey, we bought chickens.
At 7:30, your door gets rapped on as you hear a heavy pounding.
Mine or
No, Assyrians.
oh, okay.
He just lays there.
What a shit.
Second pounding.
Uh-huh. What?
That's what hobbits call round two.
This is like every one of Nordic's characters too, by the way. Like none of his characters wake up to anything.
Some
That
of
is
them
true. No, that's not true. No, it's not.
One last
He-
pounding.
He would angrily get up and pop the door open, stick his head out,
Well-
eyes half kind of open.
Okay.
But
As you do that, you set your eyes on a Githyanki male, green hair, and he looks at you. He has like goggles around his neck. Right. You're the new guy, right?
no,
Captain's calling for everybody that's headed back to the manor. They're about to go meet the fancy doodad person. I don't know.
that didn't make any sense. And he closes the door and goes back into his bed.
He slides
Close
his
the
foot
doors
into
open.
the door.
Damn.
Captain said you probably should get rest and get ready to go with him.
What's your name?
Oh, my name? You want to know my name? I'm Gaver, but you can call me Gave or Gaver, whichever works. I'm the engineer here. Do you always sleep naked? What's happening?
Doesn't everybody?
No. 1000%.
No.
Well, you should try it.
I'm good. Should I tell the captain you need like a minute? 2 minutes?
And he kicks his foot and then slams the door.
3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes.
He'll take his time, but he's gonna start getting ready.
The captain looks at you two, Nobody, and Callan. Does he always take this long?
I've only known him
Never
for a
seen him.
day.
You would have a better impression of him than I do at this point.
Okay. And he pops out the door.
As soon as he catches eye with you, Iserion, he turns on heel and starts to head towards the manor.
Follow.
And just sleep in late. It's not like we're doing anything different.
Rafik, you wake up and there's pages like stuck to your face.
Covered in drool, like, oh.
Ew, do you like drool freaking necrotic energy? What's happening?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I slept that hard, man. That was a hard sleep.
Like parts of the book are eaten through.
Oh, I can still see the pictures. I'd probably take my time in the morning. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this last piece of civilization before I get stuck on a boat. I'll probably take the book with me to breakfast.
Okay. Same deal. Tables filled with probably more food than anyone present. And then the night before, would Axiom have done anything back at Moix's?
Yeah, she would have. First, she would have seen if Mo was actually still awake, and if not, she would just let her sleep. But would have, like, started like kind of frantically like trying to fit things in and be like, oh shit, I need that. I have no more space. Crap. Okay. This instead. and like just packing like all kinds of little knickknacks and doodads that she can use to make things. And she's like, "It's just not enough space." I would just try to pack as much stuff as possible. And let me see. Where are my list. Oh, there. Let's just put this thing all over. Damn it. Come on. Well, she's already got the one like bag of holding. So in the morning when she woke up, she would probably infuse another like pouch as a bag of holding, like her side pouch, and would give it like a flexible opening so that she can like stuff a bunch of more crap in there. Just all sorts of like random artificer bits and bobs to add to things. And she would have just been like, if Mo wasn't awake the night before, she would have woken her up and like, let's go get some breakfast. I got huge news.
All right. Tavern again?
Sure.
Okay. So you two head to the tavern.
And it's a bit earlier than usual, but on the way she's like, I'm gonna be on a trade wind.
Like the ships.
Yeah. We're gonna go like traveling the astral seas and like find different places, and yeah, I might have to fight some things and it might get a little hairy at times, but it's gonna be fun. Like that's amazing, right? Like
I mean, on a relative, yeah, that's pretty amazing. Are you gonna be okay out there?
I mean, yeah, I think so.
Then I'm happy for you.
You gonna be here, be alright here on your own?
Yeah, I'll rattle off and tinker here and there. I'll get by.
I'm sure I'll be back regularly, hopefully, maybe. We'll see.
Are you gonna make any coin being?
I hope so. But as long as I can keep making shit, like he taught me, I'll be happy.
I mean, you're like a natural, so you'll be fine. But are you sure you're gonna be okay? I mean, after everything that happened like a week ago and all.
Hey, I mean, I already died once and I'm still here, right?
I mean, that's true.
Takes a little more than death to keep me down, right?
As death comes to like finishes off. I am not a joke.
Then as they get to the inn, she would eat with her for a bit and be like boasting at everyone how she's gonna be on a trade wind, like doing cool shit. Then I'd be like, oh shit, we're supposed to meet back at the manor at some point. Oh, crap. Yeah, hey, I don't know if I'll have time to stop back by, but I'm going to try. At least on my way back to the ship. But if not, thank you for everything. And I'll see you around a bit later. I'm sure. At some point. Maybe. Possibly.
Well, you better stop by before you leave. And when you do, I'll have something for you.
Do that. But okay. I'll definitely stop by. And then she like grabs her like gigantic stuff to the brim pack and starts huffing towards the manor.
Okay. So Rafik, you would have had time to kind of like eat breakfast at a normal pace. And then in walks the captain with nobody, Callan, and then eventually Sarion. And then maybe 10 or so minutes after that, Axiom comes in, but she has like a giant bag full of everything, apparently.
Hey guys.
Morning.
I
Have you guys seen the dude yet? The
No.
guy that apparently wants to see us or whatever?
Not yet.
Okay, cool. I wasn't too late.
I wasn't late. If they're not here, I'm not late.
She like just thuds her backpack down on a chair that's probably too fancy and not meant for random shit to be dropped on it.
What the hell do you have in that thing?
It's a long list. The shorter list would probably be what I don't have in there.
Okay, what don't you have in there?
A mop. There's going to be plenty of those on the ship.
Yeah.
How many of y'all are sitting down to eat?
I'm still
Besides
eating, like,
Ravik already eating?
me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sarian
most of
would.
Maybe halfway through your meal, you hear the front door open because you've heard it open every time somebody comes through. And soon enough, I guess 2.5 people, I don't know. A human male comes in with a young Githyanki woman, and the Githyanki woman has like a pillow in her hand, and on it is a small small little otter, and the human male is dressed in like very immaculate like admiral garb, and the otter is also dressed in like cute little otter equivalent clothing, as the Githyanki woman addresses all of you. The Lord has returned back to the manor. Who are all of you?
I'm a
His
doctor.
expected guest?
I'm Axe.
Dr. Axe. Two quiet ones?
I'm a doctor.
No, I heard you. Did Callan or Sarion say anything?
I just stood there quietly.
Okay. Now, don't all introduce yourselves at once. How about this? I am Admiral Varen Reinhold.
That's what I was waiting for. My name is Callan.
Callan. Axe.
I'm Rafik.
Nobody? Rafik.
I'm a doctor.
Some call me a Syrian.
Sarion.
The
Interesting.
ones that don't are just getting his name wrong.
She's right.
I see you all are in relatively good spirits. I mean, considering where you were when you first arrived here at the manor. Hopefully, my staff has been very accommodating to your presence.
Well, considering we could be dead and we're not, I'd say that's a pretty good reason to be in good spirits. So,
The Unmaker was staved off. We are exuberant.
what he said.
I kind of wanted to sleep in.
You can sleep in your bed. Oh, that's where. Oh, that was the one. God damn. So close.
And
Yesterday.
yet so far.
Well, I've hired the captain here to potentially escort all of you out into the astral sea to acquire these chaos creatures. Have you been informed?
Yeah.
Yep.
And you
More or
all
less.
are agreeing to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And no one has forcibly steadied your hand in this agreement.
The
No.
Red Wizards of Thay.
Fair.
Honestly, they said trade wind, and I was like, yeah.
I mean, in the end, does it matter?
Well,
No.
yes, you shouldn't take on this adventure without the intent of wanting to take on this adventure. It is not of the faint of heart.
We are tied to these beasts that we are seeking. There is no other course but to seek them.
What he said.
Right.
Hunter be hunted, right?
Yes. Within the trade wind, I have allocated a great deal of supplies. You should not have to worry about any meals or accommodations that need to be taken care of while you are on the ship. I have also paid the captain respectfully to hopefully get you from one position to the other without much delay. Should you all need to restock at any point, and there is no easy area for you to, you can always return here to the trades gate. However, hopefully the captain will be able to navigate you around those types of hiccups. And if you all would be so kind as to capture as many of the creatures as you can, I would like to store them for my collection and research here within the manor.
So you're collecting them
Yes.
for like a museum?
Not quite. Trying to study their etheric flow. They each have kind of a unique signature in that regard.
So you don't want us to kill them?
Well, whether they're alive or dead, as long as they are captured within the crystallites that are on the ship, it should be easy enough to study. No different than a fossilized creature. Might take longer if they're dead, but still can find out plenty of information.
I don't believe anyone here has a problem with that.
Are these creatures sentient?
Yes.
Most of them are, if I'm not mistaken.
By sentient, that's not the word I was looking for.
Intelligent?
No, are they just
Sapient?
beasts and monsters, or
No, there's quite a deal of them that are of general races. Some are fae, fiend, aberrations, undead. The list really goes on. Humanoid, bestial, indifferent.
are all of them guilty of being evil or wreaking havoc
Many
on the
of
world?
them are evil, some are unaligned.
I'll help her again.
I did have a question. I know this is kind of for our own good too, but like, what kind of compensation is there any for doing this? Because you're kind of gaining a huge benefit out of this.
What type of compensation do you think you all would need?
Very. That translates well into a lot of different things.
Knowledge.
Knowledge is good too. Any items that might help on our journey as well.
Your
like
non-reaction
gems.
is off-putting.
I mean, I'm just giving you all a chance to put forth any concerns or requests.
So when do we leave?
I'm pretty sure I said this afternoon, but
I know, and then here we are. We could have already left by now.
it's not the afternoon.
Well, somebody woke me up. It would be the afternoon if I had woken up when I wanted to, had a meal, and then, oh, there we go. We're already gone.
Y'all are going to really enjoy how I run my ship.
Sensing sarcasm.
It's very heavily laced.
We're going to be the bestest of friends, I can just tell.
Ooh, you do sarcasm well as well.
Is there anything else for us to go over?
Knowledge. Resources, did you say, Axe?
I mean, I said, like, monetary or, items that might help along our journey can still be substituted for monetary value. Any magical items we might stumble across that might help us. And, we're kind of
Anything
taking on
else?
all of the danger here. So, that's all I'm saying.
I believe the rest of them are waiting for your reaction.
Providing money and magical items and knowledge isn't out of my purview. What you all would be able to do with it is subjective to your trip.
Like every time we capture something, are we gonna need to come back here?
No, as long as you can bring it back to the ship, it should be fine.
We intended to be gone for a long time without coming back, or will there be like frequent trips back to like restock and resupply and stuff like that?
To be frank, each of you have been showing a signature towards these chaos creatures since your arrival. My imagine is, once you're able to take out these creatures, you will be linked to another. However, it varies on potentiality. Should you all defeat your creatures in question or capture them and bring back their essence to the ship, I'd imagine as soon as that was done, you would be able to relay back and restock. So long as no other complications came up. So at minimum, a 5-beast run. What order you all pursue is up to you.
Do you know how we can utilize this link to track them?
Potentially, when you get on the ship, there will be a way to track them easier, but that's after you're in the astral sea and you can actually get a ping of their location.
Might be something I can work on too.
When I was in Ural's dreams, I saw these connection lines. I imagine it might be something very much like that.
I can find a way to tap into those. I might be able to develop something that can read those and give us more visual indication, perhaps. Try.
That sounds very exciting.
I could see it on your face.
Good. I'm glad. I have nothing else, Admiral.
Understood. Well, it has been a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope you all stay safe on this journey up ahead. Gale, ensure that they all get the things that they have requested today.
Oh, one
And-
last question.
Yes.
Is it Frank or is it Baron? Because you kind of
Frank?
said to be Frank, and then before you said your name was Baron, and is it Frank or is it Baron?
My name is Admiral Varen Reinhold.
Couldn't help myself.
I resisted.
Take it. Baron? Alright. Then, there's nothing else. I guess we reconvene at the ship this afternoon, yeah? Cool.
Yes,
Grabs her
that's
giant
right.
backpack again. Oh.
And you watch as Gale hands off the pillow with the otter on it to the Admiral, and he exits out of the room. Exactly how much monetary value are we looking into?
I mean, it was just mostly like if there was going to be a compensation for creature brought back, or what was going to be the compensation for, or were you going to just compensate us completely up front?
I believe I can get all of us a set agreement. For every chaos creature that you are able to collect, there will be a 50 gold compensation to be divided however you would like. Before you leave here today, I will make sure that they assign you all 100 pieces of gold per person. Now, what you do with this money allotment is up to you. However, there are different expenses out there. Should your ship need upgrades, or if you would like to acquire special items that are not common, your allotments can be used towards that as well. And as long as I can get each of your occupations as far as specialities, I can ensure that there potentially is a unique magical ability or item at your stations. That guy's a doctor. He does like navigating map stuff. He likes to lift things. She's techie. And you read books? I don't... Tell her whatever it is. I don't understand any of this.
I'm a hermetic caster.
Well, now you're not a hermit anymore.
Hermetic, I use spell formulae to weave magic.
Ah, thank you. I had no idea what that meant.
I believe the colloquial term might be a wizard.
Do you have pictures? That'd help me.
No.
Wizard.
I mean, I've seen some spell books. There are some runic pictures in there that have to do with things, but not always.
That would be my specialty.
That's true. There are more pictures than you would expect in wizard books.
Ooh. That sounds like a good time.
If you can get a wizard to let you see their books.
One I found was on a dead wizard, so he wasn't exactly arguing. I didn't make him the dead wizard, but
Oh.
If you get him drunk enough, the wizard will let you see anything you want.
Technically correct.
Do you require any other information?
No, but I think I have everything that I will need. Oh, and if you see my brother on the ship, just let him know his sister is looking for him.
Who is your brother?
His name's Gather. He's the engineer on Captain Jack's ship.
A little audible groan.
he's just the one I'm going to want to talk to about that shit.
What?
Well, you all have the rest of the afternoon to yourselves. I will make sure all of the accommodations are taken care of.
Perfect. Thanks.
She like nods and heads up. All right, let's get to business. You, Zarion, I remembered your name. On the ship, there is a very strict accordance to rules and regulations as well as duties. Sleeping in is not exactly a comfort for any of us. Should we have an issue, well, hopefully we won't have any issues. Next, you each will be getting very extensive training while on the ship with either myself or another member of the crew, dependent. This could be a difference of martial training or ship work. Should you have issues, let me know. But again, I don't like to have issues. Is there any questions?
So which monster will we be hunting first?
That's up for you all to discuss. I'm pretty sure there's some dastardly monsters in your brain noggins. Whichever one you want to pursue, the trade wind will head in that direction.
Fair enough. X just starts heading out and gonna head back to the shop, I guess, and then towards the afternoon would head to the ship.
Callan, a word with you before you head out to do anything.
All right.
The
I just
rest-
stand there.
And you probably would have said this before Axiom left. The rest of you are dismissed. The ship will leave at 6 o'clock p.m. tonight.
Yeah, as everybody's getting up to go, Assyrian's gonna try to slip out and sneak into the library, and he's gonna be quickly just flipping through anything and see if he sees any pictures resembling of what he saw in his dream.
Okay.
If he does, he'll take the book. If not, then he'll dart out
And this is
Probably
the
four.
library in the manor or the library?
in the manor.
Okay. Roll me a D100 die. It was in the book for dummies.
55.
Okay. You see two books that have information similar to what you saw.
Okay, I just pocket him up my vest and I head out, try to avoid anybody who might stop me.
My, he has an awfully square gut.
What a broad chest.
Nice shoulder pads, bruh.
But
My
you said they would have
book
said
is-
something to me and Callan before I left.
He would have told you what time to meet at the ship, but he would ask Callan could he have a word with him before he
Oh.
split off to do anything. But the rest of y'all are free to gather or collect anything that you might need.
I mean, I've got
Giant
pretty much
shoulder
everything
pads.
I need, so I'm ready to go.
Okay. And Callan, you said you went to talk to him?
I stood there waiting for him to talk to me.
Okay. As everyone files away, he looks at you. How are you at special tasks?
It would depend on the skill set required for the task.
Monitoring.
I'm capable of seeing and hearing things.
You said you're alchemy. That's what it was. You said you're good at alchemy, correct?
I'm a passable alchemist.
Does that include herbs and things?
No.
You don't use herbs in your concoctions.
Chemical composites of herbs. I'm not an herbalist. There's some herbs that are used, but it's not quite the same. Depends on what your end goal is. Were you trying to acquire through alchemy? Or through a craft?
A craft, not so much. Sustenance potential. Your crewmate, the doctor, has a no meat clause, and I was going to fashion up a greenery in the trade wind. But aside
I'm
from
not a
it,
botanist.
oh.
If anything, my skills do not lend themselves well to that type of work.
Do you know any of your teammates that would?
I know their names.
Out of those names,
I know one likes to lift heavy things, one is a doctor, one is techie, and one is a coward.
Get his
all
ass.
right. Plan B then. I would like you to keep track of all of the crewmates, just their general habit stance. If any of them should change drastically while we're out at sea, let me know.
You want me to monitor the emotional well-being of everyone on board the ship?
Yes, not just your friends.
I'm an expert in emotions.
That's why I hired you specifically for the job.
Do you have the 100 gold pieces that the assistant was talking about?
No, she'll probably have that arriving at the ship later today.
Hopefully it will arrive before we leave.
Do you need a stipend?
I would need to purchase special inks for my work.
You see him reach into a pouch and pinch out some coin and then close it and hand you 100 gold pieces.
Thank you. I will see you at the ship shortly.
All right.
I turn and walk off.
Who's going straight to the ship? Okay. Where is Rafik going?
To go
lift
find
stuff?
some. Yeah, to go find some potions.
And go get drunk as fuck.
I'm gonna show up late.
Never drunk survival. That and some leather working tools and some leather, like scraps, something to keep me occupied.
Okay. Do you have any money?
Yes.
Okay. Are you doing negotiating or are you just buying out flat?
I'll try to negotiate.
Oh dear. Well, to get leather working tools, it's only 5 gold pieces, and then to get the leather to work it, are you getting enough for like to fashion yourself something, or just like to do it like knitting essentially?
Essentially knitting.
Okay.
Help
To
pass
get
the
like
time.
spare scraps of leather, I would say you would be able to get a decent sheet for like 5 silver.
All right. Got it.
And you're trying to negotiate that more?
Oh. No, I was thinking more towards the potions.
Oh. I don't know if you're gonna be able to buy any potions on your current budget. Go talk to your buddy Callan.
I'm not sure I could.
Well, I still have 84 gold.
Yeah, and potions cost like a bunch of freaking. It's not worth it.
Got it. And then I would probably buy more than just scraps of leather. Probably enough to make myself something. In case I need it.
Okay. Just throw me a persuasion check. They might find you attractive. I don't know.
8.
People are into dragon.
An 8?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Surprised the Sarion hasn't tried to seduce you. That one
Not
time
that
at bar
type of
camp?
bard.
Everyone knows what your penis looks like.
He is.
Except
it
for
happened.
Callan.
That's
Yeah.
it.
I didn't have that vision.
That's what I should have had.
It was-
Him
it was
just
one
like
of his
naked
dreams.
in every form of.
He saw the vision still. He was just still unconscious.
You two made it back. Okay, so Axiom, you make it back to Moix's shop.
Hey, Mo.
Are you still
back.
carrying all that around?
I didn't know if we were leaving straight from the. You know, you told me to. I had already had it with me. It's. Yes.
Well, I got you a going away gift.
Is it a pony?
No. I don't think that would fit on the ship.
Not that attitude.
She reaches out and hands you like a small spherical kind of like metal container that like interlaces into each other. Don't open it until you're out at sea.
Okay. What is it?
It's a surprise.
Ah.
Yeah, you're good at those.
What'll happen if I don't wait? Cause you know me and my curiosity.
It'll combust in this atmosphere and everything will destroy itself.
Okay, that is what you needed to tell me to get me to not open it until we get up there. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
So, did you find out how long you might be gone for?
I mean, turns out we might be coming back every so often to restock and bring back the creatures that we find, but ultimately it's kind of hard to tell until we get out there. Sometimes it might be longer, sometimes it might be shorter. Who knows?
Well, regardless, you always got a place back here.
Appreciate it. And don't burn this place down like that one time you almost did.
That wasn't my fault. It should have said combustible in bigger font.
And she'll like come back and say, or maybe if it was written in Goblin, and she'll say that in Goblin to her.
We both know I can't read Goblin. No, I'm joking.
I only know how to speak because of you. That's what's up. Anyways, yeah. Take care of yourself. And if there's anything I can look for while I'm out, bring back to you. You know. Anything you can think of to find out amongst the stars.
I can think anything.
I'll look out for interesting things anyway. I'll find something.
I mean, you know what I like.
All right. She kind of like get down on her knees and just like bring her in for a rare hug that doesn't happen very often.
And she'll hug you back, but then be like, enough of this. This isn't goodbye. This is just see you in a little bit.
All right. Yep. I'll bring back some fun stuff.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
Why did I say that? And she'll grab her big ass bag again and head on out.
And
Onward towards the ship.
as you all are headed towards the ship now. Oh, there we go. Callan, where are you going?
I'm going to buy ink.
Okay. Roll me a D100. Because we've been doing these so great tonight.
75.
Oh! Yeah, you find an ink shop.
I was told that we may need money for miscellaneous expenses and ship upgrades, so out of my 100 gold, I will be spending 100 gold on inks.
Like all full on inks?
Yep.
Are you negotiating or are you just like buying flat out rate?
I would probably try to haggle with them a little bit, depending on the quality of the inks.
Okay, roll me a persuasion check.
10. Right down the middle.
Nice. What do you say to them?
I'm not sure that the ink that you're showing me is of the highest quality to negotiate for that price. I'm not sure the ink that it was, or the squid that was produced from, was happy when it was producing it.
Happy? What are you talking about? There's gotta be like some kind of ink that is better when it's from angry sort. Besides, I already sold some awesome navigation tools for way cheaper than they were supposed to be today. I am trying to make even. You're trying to buy 100 points of ink from happy ink makers, and I don't know how to fashion that kind of request.
I'm not responsible for your irresponsible and poor business decisions with another customer.
Hey, I'm just telling you, this amount is 100 gold pieces.
I don't believe you. I believe that if you added an extra 20 droplets, that would be equivalent to the amount that I'm looking to pay.
Why would you need so much ink?
I'm going to go hunt Chaos Beast with Captain Jag on his flying ship.
How about 75?
75 extra droplets, I'll take it.
No! 75 gold for this.
So then add 25 extra droplets and I will take all of that for 100 gold pieces.
I can't do that because you're depleting my stock of ink. No one asks for this much ink in one go.
You must not have very hermetic arcanus in this town. But I will take that deal and I put 75 gold pieces on the counter.
Freaking Capjack.
Thank you for your business. And I turn and leave. and head for the ship.
So, as you all are headed towards the ship in various degrees, you would make it back to the ship, and before the day is done, you each would acquire 100 pieces of gold. And right before the ship is set to sail, each of you would get a special package delivered to your rooms, which I will go into after. And then finally, the tradeswind sets sail and heads through the main trades gate and heads out into the astral sea. And that's where we're going to end it for today.
Huzzah!
Hoorah! So much chaos.
I'm on a boat, y'all.
Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes.
Oh.
Sweet.
I'm going fast and.
So
Got a nautical theme. Pass me an Afghan.
we will be
Let me
back
start.
with the third episode of Shards of Godsland on the 27th of this month. We will be here every second and fourth Saturdays of the month. But next month, a little bit of leeway because I am moving, so I'm not sure when internet access will be a commodity that I share with everybody else. in
Just
the
use your
world.
phone.
No. But yes, we will be back in 2 weeks. Thank you, everybody who has stopped by for tonight and has watched us. We are going to get ready to raid, so if you can hold out a little bit longer, be sure to throw some Dungeon Mechanic raid wrenches at the next poor victims. Hopefully, no one acquired any emotional damage today, as I am on a diet.
Excuse me?
Emotional damage.
Getting woken up early is not emotional damage.
You're obviously a morning person.
But
I mean, Axe is an elf. She just meditates for 4 hours and she's good.
hopefully our fun bunch can meet the rest of the crew next session, which is going to be loads of fun. But yeah,
Axe would have found Gabber and just started like talking his ear off and finding out everything about the ship.
10 different people, all named Kevin, but they're all spelled different.
oh my god. I think that's it. But yeah, we'll see y'all next time. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.